Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. On Tuesday is the first week of a brand new series after Jim McEwen mastered the event on Saturday night, and the first day of action took place yesterday. And here is a reminder of what happened. 17-year-old Thomas Banks showed flashes of his potential on debut. This big finish was a highlight of a day which saw him earn his first win. Fellow debutant Felix Schertz managed 2 triumphs on his first day at the Live Lounge. The young Swiss talent looks like he could do some damage this week. 22-year-old Nico Blum certainly looked the part in his first televised tournament since his breakthrough 6 years ago, and he played his part too. The German bagged a brace of victories on Monday. But it was the more established players that grabbed the lion's share of points. France's Thibaut Tricol recovered from losing his first 2 games by winning his final 3. Harry Ward also claimed a hat-trick of successes. Big H produced some big finishes on day 1 of Series 6. But he lost a big match at the end of the day to Willie Borland, who picked up 4 wins from 5 to put himself in the lead after an explosive opener. Yeah, Laura Turner was alongside me in comms yesterday, guiding you through the action. And yeah, the established players did rise to the top, but it looks like the debutants could do some damage as well.
Yeah, and I was quite impressed, especially I think we mentioned a few times, Bloom obviously, but also Felix. We hadn't seen much of him before, but I think it's kind of gone as we'd expected and as kind of almost like the bookies predicted. And it's top 3 just using their experience. And yeah, I think Willie Borland looks in a very good position.
Yeah, we'll dig into more detail on this group in a moment, but just a quick reminder of the players that were in action this week, because there has been a slight amendment to the previously advertised lineup. Danny Smith coming into Group B, replacing Dan Reed. Apart from that, everything else remains the same. Rob Grundy, who was in Champions Week in that group with him, and Jared Cole, Jeff Murray, Keelan Kay, and Charlie Large coming in later in the week. But in terms of this group, we just saw the highlights there, what the players did, some big checkouts, and lots of missed doubles as well yesterday. But let's have a look at the table. Willie Borland won that key clash at the end of the day to get to the top.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it was obviously their last match yesterday. It'll be their first match today. So that's going to really see, I think if Willie wins that, then Harry's going to find it quite difficult, because remember, there is just the one person that goes through in this group. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, but I just thought, despite all the missed doubles, and quite a lot of them came from Borland and Ward, they're still sat in 1 and 2. So it just shows how strong they were in the scoring phase. Yeah,
and Thibaut Tricol turned it around yesterday. He lost his first 2 games, but won his last 3.
Yeah, and it was something, I mean, you mentioned it yourself yesterday, that he does have that slow start. And despite having a kind of mid-80s average, I think the last few games he was up in the 90s, which just goes to show how much he can improve. But just can't afford to keep doing it. As we say, 1 goes through this group, and he's going to need to make that strong start from the beginning today.
Yeah, those results mean that not much has changed in the betting. If we look at the group winner betting for Group A, Willie Borland remains a favourite. The slight little changes have now leaned towards Harry Ward over Thibaut Tricol, and Nico Blum as well coming in a little bit. Thomas Banks now the big outsider.
Yeah, it's pretty much how the table's sat, isn't it, at the moment? So it's understandable, and I think Harry did show exactly what he can do up on there. Just had that one nightmare game, I guess, where he missed 28 darts at a double. But other than that, I think they've all been quite strong. It's just who's going to have that consistency now, not just in the scoring phase, but actually hitting the outer ring.
Absolutely. Let's see how the punters are going for their bets today. This is a amalgamation of all the most popular bets put into a treble, just under 5 to 1. Tricol to beat Felix Schertz. Harry Ward to have the most 180s against Felix as well. And then Thibaut to have at least 1 maximum in his match with Willie Borland. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's quite sensible. Obviously, the Schertz Tricol game, that could be one where they become unstuck, because as we've mentioned before, Thibaut can have those slow starts, and I thought Felix, he seemed quite consistent yesterday. But we're now on day 2; it's completely fresh, and it's whether Felix can maintain that and whether Thibaut can just start strongly.
And that is the first game. So without further ado, we'll let you head downstairs to commentate on it, where you will be joined by Henry Deacon. Morning, Henry.
Very good morning, Chris. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Moving Day here at the Super Series. The big move at the end of day 1 was the French touch, Thibaut Tricol. It was a sluggish start from the Frenchman to his opening day's play up against the Swiss Felix Schertz on debut in this competition. And we saw some good stuff. Consistent, steady, daily average of 83.5. plenty to build upon as far as he's concerned. Felix, 28-year-old from Schaffhausen in Switzerland, and is an international for his country. Up against the 34-year-old Thibaut Jacol from Plouvigny in France, the runner-up at the WDF World Championship last year, and he's looking to go one better at the Lakeside in December. Charlie Courtefine is your referee. Very much a fixture at the Lakeside. And alongside me is somebody else who's going to be playing at the Lakeside. Happily sat alongside me in the commentary box today. It's a very good morning to Laura Turner.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, looking forward to Lakeside. I say apprehensively looking forward to it. It's you know, something that all the players, they work really hard, and especially this time around. It's been like a good couple of years almost since we've been at the Lakeside, but yeah, apprehensively enthusiastic, I guess is the right phrase.
You're looking forward to it, but you are terrified at the same time.
Exactly. Well, like I say, you do put a lot of effort into actually qualifying for it, and then it all comes down to just this one time, this one experience, and you've just got to do it straight away. And I have been known to perhaps underperform up there.
Well, what did you make of the performances of Felix on day one? He looked really rock solid, really, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best term for it. I thought he was very solid. He's not someone that I've overly watched before. Obviously, you know, Swiss player. He's done very well in the SDA, won one of their tours most recently. But I still think it's a different transition sometimes when you go from playing on the floor events to coming and playing on the stage in front of cameras, you know, the whole professional setup. And he's adjusted really well.
81.
He's made a decent enough start to leg one, leaving 120 after 12. But Jacol is threatening the break of throw, and he is going to get a go at the 80 as Felix does the first thing in the rule of Rod Harrington not to do, and that's missed the big number. Just below, so it's going to be a solitary dart at tops.
He's just blocked it slightly, just needs a little lift.
Game shot on the first leg. Thibaut Tricol.
Jacol off the board, an opening leg breaker throw for the French touch. Looking to find the winning touch, and you
second leg, it's Thibaut
get the sense that he has to win to keep in touch with both Borland and Ward playing in game 2 of the day.
100.
No, I do think in the context of today, especially, that next game is going to be really, really crucial. I think if Willie Borland does win that, then we're going to see the whole... He's got that ability to run away with the table.
As far as the odds compilers are concerned before this game got underway, they had
100.
Felix Schertz as the 13-8 outsider. Thibaut Jacol was on at 4-9, which, when you consider Thibaut's
100
traditional starts today and weeks at the Super Series, the 13-8 could possibly represent outside value, but the Frenchman has got the break in the opening leg.
100.
Yeah, looking very solid so far, Thibaut Jacol.
100. $95. Felix should require 161.
Comes in for the last start, and so Felix has won 61 to get the break back. Down we go for treble 17. He doesn't get a go with the bullseye, and so Jacol is back for 106.
Require 106.
Yeah, over to treble 18. Yeah, so double 16.
74. Felix should require
not to
64.
be, and so it's all about the 16s corridor for Felix Schertz to level up at 1 apiece and to get the break back of one of them. Double 16.
32.
Not to be. And Jacol now wants
32.
that target for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, no problem there. And that's 2-0 to Jacol.
Third leg, it's Felix to throw first.
Thibaut Jacol answered the call after Felix missed a few at a double. Oh, hello.
140.
Yeah, it's really quite consistent already here from both players, actually. It's a much stronger start for
89.
Thibaut than he made yesterday, but Felix is equally playing very well at the moment, doing well through the scoring phases. But yeah, nothing to show for it as yet.
140. 140. 140.
Yeah, this is one way to try and rally as he drops his flight. Oh yeah, 3 140s on the spin, 81 after 9 for Schertz.
$45. Felix should require 81.
So 81 to bring it back to 2-1. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye, so treble 10. And they're giving him a dart at double 16. But he's going
41.
to square up for tops after 12 to get his first leg of the day on the board. Well, this is some way to put some scoreboard pressure on.
177. Felix should require 40.
So tops are 2-1. Double 10, and that maximum visit from Jacol means that he's lurking on his shoulder.
And I think the reaction says it's awkward, just needs to come inside,
Game
and that's a
shot on the
great dart
third
there from
leg.
Schertz.
Felix Schertz.
Yeah, when you hit a
Fourth
big
leg,
score
it's
like
Thibaut
that,
to
although
throw
Schertz was
first.
pretty much in
Game
control
on.
throughout that whole match, the setup play there from Jacol, when it goes in on that last dart, it is painful. You think, you know, you're getting closer and closer to coming back. It's a
45.
massive difference, 2-1 to 3-0.
And now he's hit at 45. He must feel like that's a wasted visit now.
Well, yeah, you're essentially handing the throw back over to the
85.
opposition, and Felix is going to have to find a break if he is going to beat Jacol.
One thing Jacol can do well, because of the
100.
way the darts lays, he can either find a guide above or he can just knock one in off the barrel below.
41.
It's a perfect illustration of that as he hits the triple 21st dart, of course.
140. 180.
Perfect angle and a perfect shot.
100. 45. Thibaut, you require
Just tried to force
116.
that through to the 57, pulled it into 7. So, shot here for Thibaut. Single of those leaves him tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah, and this is some good
Thibaut
finishing
Tricol.
from Thibaut Jacol. Kicked off with an 80 finish, 116 there, 60%, 3 from 5 on his finishing.
Fifth leg, it's Felix to throw first. Game on.
Well, we asked the question, how is Thibaut Jacol going to start after a slow beginning to yesterday's action? Well, the answer is emphatic. He's averaging just under a ton, 99.36. He's 60% on the doubles, a ton plus checkout. And Felix Schertz himself averaging 96. Just hasn't really had much of a look in this
100.
match.
$60. 140.
Yeah, we often say, don't we, in darts, it's all about timing. And well, statistically, there's not a huge amount to separate the pair of them. It's that scoreline that's doing the damage.
140.
Thibaut's just kind of won the smaller moments, hasn't he, in this match? Kind of around this point of the leg is kind of where he's put the better scores in.
Yeah,
59.
good elements of
Felix
setup play,
require
but also
161.
taking out those clutch finishes when he's really needed them.
However, for once in this match, Felix has got
99.
6. Going to need the 6. He's going to return for 62 to bring it back to 3-2. But then Jacol will then have the darts in the 6th to see the job off.
57. Felix requires 62.
Yeah, single number. for double 16. Had options there, could have gone 12 tops, but off for double 16.
Game
Yeah,
shot
and
on
a
the fifth
good option
leg.
it was. And
Felix
3-2.
Schertz. Sixth leg, it's
he
T-Bone
has
to
the
throw
darts.
first.
He has it in his hands to pick up the first win of the day.
$100.
Yeah, and so far it's been a very good start. Real battle between these two. High quality affair.
Yeah, these are the averages
60.
as we move into the sixth leg. 93.72 for Schertz and just under 98 for Thibaut Dracol, but scores like that will mean it's going to
100.
go up. Even the doubling's been fairly good in this game. 2 from 5 for the Swiss and
60.
3 from 5 for the Frenchman. Both players having 5 darts at a double in this match.
$60.
Cole's still got that good lead at the moment, but 3 darts here. If he can find a couple of trebles, could take some kind of
100.
advantage. Got one.
Realistically, if we have a look at the scoring power pack, this is where the difference laid in the game. In terms of 2 treble visits, they're pretty much
95.
neck and neck. But it's in that ton plus column, isn't it? The 9-3 really, where Thibaut's outscored his opponent.
$93.
Yeah, good
Thibaut,
switch there, but you're right, that's
146.
been a key element in this.
Now one of them gives himself double 16 to win the game with a
Game,
1-4-6
shot, and the
checkout.
match.
A little bit of
Thibaut
va-va
Dracol.
boom from the French touch as Thibaut Dracol picks up his first win of the day, getting the better Felix Schertz by 4 legs to 2. Still feels there's more in the tank. He averaged 98. He had 2 ton plus checkouts and was 4 out of 6 on the doubles. A very good performance to kickstart the day for the Frenchman. As for Felix Schertz, he can feel happy enough with the performance, even if he isn't with the result. It's Dracol that gets the better of Schertz by 4 legs to 2 in our opening game of the day. Coming up next, it's Borland and Ward, the top 2 going toe-to-toe.
Welcome back. Well, a fine start for the Frenchman, Thibaut Tricol. That stunning 146 checkout to win his opening match of the day 4-2. The second match of the day features the two players who battled it out yesterday to see who would be top of the table, Harry Ward and Willie Borland. Willie won that match and came in today at the summit of the pile, and he and Harry spoke to Henry Deacon a little earlier.
Willie, day 2, how would you assess overnight on day 1?
I'm happy. I'm looking forward to today. As I said, second day of the 3, so today's all about trying to cement my place at the top, so I'm looking forward to today's action.
You play Harry first game, obviously the player alongside you at the top of the pile. How important could that be straight off the bat?
It's very important. Obviously, I want to win. Obviously, we're two good players, so looking forward to getting the game started, and today started, so hopefully we go and I get the win, and then we take it from there.
It seems to be a real buoyancy and a real energy about you today.
No, definitely. As I said, I just want to show what I can actually do. As I said yesterday, I got off to a great start and I kind of dwindled away at the end. But now I want to just prove my consistency levels and just get the job done today.
As you know, this is a marathon tournament, so yesterday was a good start, but I suppose that's all it is ultimately.
No, definitely. As I said, we're all good players here. We all deserve to be here. So every game's going to be hard. So I just need to take one game at a time and hopefully do the business again and get 5 out of 5.
Well, Willie, wish you well today. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Harry, day 2 here at the Super Series. How would you assess in your first day's play?
Happy with how many points I got, but not happy with my performances. I started off well against Thibaut. I had 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Second game against Thomas, 31 darts at a double in 7 legs. It's not good enough, but I know it's there. My scoring's there. I just need to maybe focus a bit more on the doubles. But like I say, 6 points on the first day when I don't think I played too well is something to build on, and hopefully today's better.
Dissecting the performances yesterday, it was one average kind of like in and around the 90s, followed by one just a bit below. Was that part of the issue? Just couldn't quite get 2 games not together?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It was something wasn't right. I hit a lot of 5s and 1s as well. I know I was hitting trebles with them, but in the practice room today, I seem to be straying less, and I'm hoping today that comes out on the stage and maybe get 4 wins or maybe 5 wins today.
In general, where is the Harry Ward game at?
Locally, I'm playing some of the best darts I've ever played. My friends will tell you that if you ask them. You know, I'm playing really well, playing really good stuff. I'm confident. My life's good at the minute. You know, I've got a baby on the way, so I've got something to play for, and I'm really happy with how my life is. So my darts are going well.
Nice to see you doing well in life, and it's been great watching you at the darts, Harry. Good luck today.
Cheers, Henry. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, really interesting there to hear from both players, and what a clash we've got. I think this could really see how the table is going to start to take shape. But yeah, I think really honest kind of reflections of how both their days were yesterday. They both know there are areas of the matches where they can improve. But I think Harry got it right, that if you can actually play, not at your best, but still walk away with, in Harry's case, 6 points, and in Willie's case, 8 points, then if you can make that improvement, which I know they both can, then
First leg,
you've just got to be pleased with how it's panned out overall.
They're 2 players that we both know have got very high ceilings. We didn't quite see them yesterday, but it says a lot about their quality that they're the top 2 players overnight. Now, Thibaut Tricol has now sandwiched his way in the middle of both Borland and Ward, and perhaps this is probably a bigger game for Harry to win now than it is
60.
for Willie, because it means he'd be 4 behind Borland if Scott won this game and 2 behind Tricol in second place. And
57.
Thibaut is just beginning to really pick up the form after a slow start on day 1. That was a good performance that against Felix Scherz, 98.06 average, 2 ton plus checkouts en route. But that is a good enough start for Harry Ward. Maximum of his second visit of the day.
140.
And interestingly, Harry did yesterday make a very strong start against Thibaut Tricol, as he mentioned, 4 from 4 on the doubles. And as we said before, you've almost got, when a performance goes like it did when he played Thomas
60.
Banks, said he had 31 darts at a double in a best of 7. Yeah, that is a lot. But you've got to draw a line under it. You just got to forget about it and just know that that's perhaps an area that you need to work on and just strive for that additional bit of consistency.
Borland leaving 66 after 12. Ward only can apply pressure against the throw in this opening leg.
82. Willie, you require 66.
Stayed there for 36.
Game shot on the
and
first lay.
Absolutely
Willie
no problem
Borland.
there for Willie Borland. Nice opening holder throw.
So 1-0 the Scott leads.
Second leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
Well, these two had, and I'm trying to put this in the nicest way possible, they had a bit of a disaster on the doubles yesterday.
100. $93.
Between them, they had 134 darts at double and 34 hits. There was 100 missed darts at double between the pair.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy stat. And I think both of them are obviously more than aware that that was an element of the match that they did need to improve. And they were found out when they didn't find it. Thomas Banks did take that win over Harry Ward, for example. But they can, and they will. And already, Willie Borland 1 from 1, 100%.
100.
The type of game that could well be
60.
bit of
Harry
a
required
Tuxton Hold'em.
167.
Ward with 6 darts with throw in this second leg, and he's going to need the 6, and that's another one of those strays into the treble next door, which
43.
he was talking about being part of his plague on day one.
100. Harry required 124.
Yeah, not too much damage done there by Willie Borland. But again, like you were saying before, that straying dart.
44.
Yeah, for me, there was a bit of
Willie
an argument
required
maybe after hitting that
152.
5 to have gone the 19 route because the 20 left him no chance of leaving a double.
92. Harry required 80.
Pressure on this 80 now. That's another stray. It's going to have to be... Oh, he tried 25 with ball, and he's hit the ball with the first dart. When it rains, it pours as far as Big H is concerned, and now Borland threatens the break. He's going to get 2 darts, or should get 2 darts
Willie
at tops
requires 60.
for a 2-0 lead.
40.
But he can't nudge one below.
Harry requires
Couldn't
60.
find one in the middle of that 2-dart sandwich, and so Ward is back for double 8.
He struggled with this yesterday and again just missed doubles.
Willie required 20.
Chris and I were saying yesterday, seemed to be a bit of a hex
Game
on
shot on the
double 8,
second
but
lay. Willie Borland.
we'll tell him going there for Willie Borland and 2-0 to the good.
Third
Big
leg, it's
Willie,
Willie to
2
throw
up
first.
in the
Game
big match
on.
against Big H.
134.
I suppose if Harry Ward is Big H, I suppose I'm Little H, you know?
Yes, if you want to have
140.
that nickname, we can call you Little H.
100.
Put it this way, I've been called worse.
$134. $59.
Yeah, and Harry Ward, if he's going to win this, he's going to need to find a couple of breaks of throw. And it's at this stage of the game that I've noticed in the last couple of legs is where
19.
these kind of scores come in. He's gone 140, 134, and it's that crucial kind of set-up point, that set-up play that
58.
just seems to go awry. Happened in the last legs, happened again here.
$125. Will he require 150?
A 3-0 lead. Now there's a possibility
180.
Borland,
Harry
the break that
require
he could
83.
in the last leg, taken off and straight away. Ward looking at 83.
Double 16.
Game shot
Yeah,
the third
this time no
leg.
mistake. That's
Harry
a good
Ward.
leg there for Harry Ward, out in 14 darts.
Fourth leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and crucially, that's one of the breaker throws that we were talking about he will need.
$177. 96. $43.
It was interesting hearing from Harry this morning, and it was quite refreshing hearing a player talk about their outlook, not just on the hockey, but off the hockey. And he says he's happy in life, and because he's happy in life, the darts are beginning to flow again.
Yeah, I think you need that kind of positivity. Darts, like any sport, I guess, is a slog if you're not in a good place mentally. It's such as much as it is a skill, a sport that requires a lot of skill. I think you need that mental strength as well. And if you're not happy off the hockey, it is going to reflect in your game. So yeah, really, really good to hear that kind of positivity from him.
85. Willie, you require 170.
Same at Willie as well. As he looks to the fish. Wants another one of them. He wants the bullseye.
145. Harry, you require 150.
Yeah, not far off. But you feel this shot really does need to go. Over 19.
43. Willie, you required 25.
2 8s.
Game
The
shot.
double four is found, and it's 3-1 to Borland, and he's throwing for the match. This could be a big win for the Scot. We'll put him 2 clear of Chacol and 4 clear of Ward.
140.
And it's been pretty dominant from Borland most of this match so far.
59.
As I say, as we start moving through today, especially, I just think Borland has got it within him. I mean, interesting, he was the one that said, I want to win all 5. He wants to go through the card, whereas Harry was a bit like, well, if I can win 4 or 5, and maybe that's just that kind of difference in still where they are in
60.
terms of their game up here on this MODUS Super Series stage.
It's not
93.
arrogance, but it's just a real self-backing of their ability, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's not arrogance at all. I think you have to go up there with that level of confidence. Everyone's there to do the same job, but you do have to back yourself.
Now, Borland on the brink now, especially after a 2 treble turn there. Someone's 76 to get the job done, and Harry Ward can only try and apply pressure.
140. Willie, you require 76.
Good visit, but 76 here. A bit of a wild one there from Borland. But
36.
Real damage done.
Harry, you require 149.
Hail Mary time. And there's not going to be any heroics from Harry, and so Borland comes back for
100.
Tops. For 4-1 win.
Willie, you require 40.
To go clear of the top.
Game, shot,
and double 10 is found for Borland to seal a 4-1 victory, which puts him clear at the top of the table. 2 points on Chacol, and Harry Ward has got it all to do now. 4 points behind the premier player at the top of Group A as the pair have a discussion about the battle they've just had. And as Woody Borland walks off the stage, he can walk off the victor with an average of 90.5 and 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubling. He beats Harry Ward by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next is Thomas Banks in action up against Nico Blum.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the third game of Tuesday's action is about to start, and it's a match featuring the 17-year-old Thomas Banks, who won one match on debut yesterday. He takes on a man who made his TV debut when he was just 16 years of age, Nico Bloom, and 6 years later, Flower Power is looking to produce the goods again. Decent stuff from him yesterday, 2 wins. How many more will he get today? This could be the first. Let's see, in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so 2 young guns go toe-to-toe in our third game of the session. The 17-year-old Thomas Banks, who took on Goen Price at the UK Open early on this year, takes on this 22-year-old from Cologne, Nico Bloom, former Youth World Masters winner. As the
First leg,
Flower
it's Thomas
got
to
the
throw
power.
first. Game on.
And can Thomas Banks find some of that form that we saw from him in that UK Open campaign?
57.
He does get going. We've got quite the play on our hands.
Yeah, indeed. I just think perhaps yesterday was just one of those settling in days for him. Showed signs of some very good stuff. That 152 finish, and you can just see when he's in his rhythm and when he finds it, he looks very good, but just perhaps hasn't maintained that level of consistency that he needs at this level.
No, it's had a lot of support in the build-up to this competition
58.
and in general by a player that we've seen a lot here at the Super Series in recent times, in Steve West. Him and his partner Michelle have very
51.
much taken him under their wing in the darting sense. They play in the same ADC Vault event together and has learnt a lot off of Steve. And, well, if there's one person you want to draw
100.
experience in terms of this competition from, it probably is Steve West.
Yeah, he's very successful here, isn't he?
43. $96.
I was quite enjoying watching Nico yesterday. Just seemed to really be reveling in the experience, enjoying himself, and giving you a bit of
46.
banter as well up on the balcony I saw at one point.
Yeah, he's really accustomed to the Super Series. He's given me jib.
57.
Probably all deserved, Henry, all deserved.
I'm not disputing.
$140. Nico, you require
In the break
150.
here, 150 to get it. Not going to happen. And so Banks is back for 106 to take this opening leg.
94. Thomas, you require 106.
Double 18.
88. Nico, you require
He just dragged it low and
56.
just offered up this opportunity here for Bloom to take the opening leg, but it would be a break.
Game shot
Yeah,
on the
break
first
it is.
leg. Nico Blom.
So Nico 1-0 to the good, having obtained the Banks
Second leg,
break.
it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
He's broken the Banks.
And the result between the pair of them yesterday did go the way. It was 4-1
140.
to Nico Bloom. And already Banks is cut adrift slightly from the rest of the pack. Just got the 1 win
137.
yesterday. And really the 1 win did come against Harry Ward, who saw earlier.
60.
The results yesterday were quite intriguing to an extent because it just showed that
29.
anyone in that group could pretty much beat anyone. But I just think now Willie Borland, he's just got that confidence. He's topped the table and he's got the ability to really run away with it.
60.
Which creates this real interesting subplot going into the latter half of this group where it looks like
59.
possibly it's 3 or 4 players for one spot, and so it means that there's a couple of players who may well
43.
play the role of spoiler in this group.
Yeah, and also, even if they can't actually topple whoever sits at the top at the moment, obviously being Willie
123.
Borland, even though they can't get quite to that top spot, I still think it's really quite important to get into position 2 and 3 because you want to be in Group B, ideally over Group C.
3 from 5 get
83.
through as
Thomas, you
compared to 2
require
from 6 as
153.
Banks eyes up the 153 to get the break back and level up at 1 apiece, not to be on this occasion, and so Bloom now to double his advantage.
59. Nico, you require 115.
Number 19 would have left the double, and so Banks is back for 94.
99. Thomas, you require 94.
Yeah, again, good last start there and some good setup play from Nico Bloom.
69. Nico, you
Narrow
require
miss there,
60.
but again, opportunity. Needs double 8.
$12. Thomas, you require
Not to be,
25.
so Banks is back for 25 to get the break back. 11 left, so single free. Needs double 4.
No score. Nico, you require 4.
Yeah, early signs of frustration for Banks.
No score.
Sometimes it's quite hard. If you have had a day where you haven't performed
Thomas,
and
you
you're coming
require
back the next day,
25.
you need to rally. You need to kind of, and something needs to happen. And I think this double here will go a long way to
9.
helping. And unfortunately, there just seems to be some
Nico, you
magnets so
require
far this
4.
week. Away, double 8 seems very difficult for players to hit, and it's showing again today.
It's got a padlock on it. Nico Bloom is looking to lock up leg 2. Put it under safe and
Range on the
key, and yes,
second
he
leg.
can, and he
Nico
can throw the
Blom.
key away because he's 2-0 up, and well, that's a sigh of a relief, man. As for Thomas
Third leg, it's
Banks,
Thomas to
he'll
throw first.
feel
Game
that's a
on.
big opportunity that he's let slip there.
$100. $180.
Well, from the ridiculous to the sublime. If he hits a 9, he'll win this leg 3 times as quickly as he did the last leg.
85.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I guess it's those legs that count. That's the important bit.
60. $100. $57. $90.
Yeah, steady stuff here from Thomas.
140.
Again, that setup
Thomas, you
play, it's
require
that
126.
that phase of the legs, Nico's been really, really strong. And then it's just all pressure once again lumped on Thomas Banks' shoulders.
$58. Nico, you require
But after
64.
the last leg, is there a little bit of pressure going for this double 16?
32.
Because missing can be infectious.
Thomas, you require 68.
Double 16 here for Banks.
36. Nico, you
Just haven't
require
quite
32.
got the release right. Perhaps using the shoulder, maybe a bit tense. There's lots of reasons, but pulling it
Range
low.
on the
But
third leg.
Boom does
Nico
not pull it low,
Blom.
and 3-0 up. Yeah, just on those doubles, I've noticed we've got
Fourth leg,
double
it's Nico
18,
to throw first.
double 18 earlier,
Game
pulled it
on.
low, double 4, and they're on double 16, just dropping just below the target.
93.
That fundamentally down to, is that just a bit of nerves? Is that not thoroughly releasing the dart?
125.
Yeah, I just think it's getting the release, the timing of the release wrong. And through the scoring phases, he's got stronger and stronger, Thomas, throughout this match. But it's when that added bit of pressure is when you're going for that double, especially in a case now that
100.
he needs to be absolutely perfect, especially around the outer ring, because if not, he's going to lose 4-0. That's where the additional pressure can come in, and that's where
58.
your throw can be affected.
Of course, if you have any questions and observations for us in the commentary
51.
box, you can get in touch. The handle that you need is at MSS Darts. Don't forget to give us a follow on our
58.
social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. And we're TikToking as well these days. There's Plenty of
60.
fanciful ideas going about on TikTok. And if you're a fan of Paul Hinks, TikTok is definitely the place for you because there's some
40.
interesting Paul Hinks videos on TikTok. Paul
90.
Hinks, TikTok superstar.
As I was saying, who isn't a fan of Paul Hinks? So I reckon, yeah, everyone just needs to get over to TikTok.
You can watch it for 127 hours.
50. Nico, you require
match.
107.
And to cap off, 4-0 victory.
Yeah, can't quite do it. 25 left him 82. And actually, off the back of that, because of the lie on that 25, I really did think he was going to follow it up with a bullseye.
49. Thomas, you require
But this is a
170.
big ask here for Thomas Banks. It would be wonderful if it could go, and it won't this time.
50. Nico, you require 58.
In one of those games where Nico Bloom just needed to get the job done.
38.
But he hasn't
Thomas, you require
completed
120.
the deal just yet.
Yeah, needs a treble.
60.
Just
Nico, you require 20.
not able, so Blum back again. Double 10. Has to move across. This is difficult, but
Game,
he does
shot, and
find
the
a
match,
route through. That's
Nico
an
Blum.
amazing last start there from Nico Bloom, and that is a 4-0 victory over Thomas Banks. Bloom now moves up the table into third place on 6 points, with Banks at the bottom, still with that solitary win yesterday, but all early doors and averages, and just a pair of them not getting going. But you can see that it's the checkouts as well. 4 from 18 there for Nico Blum, and 0 from 6 for Thomas Banks, but plenty more action for both of them to come. And do join us after a short break where we'll see Harry Ward take on Felix Schertz.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday. Group A well underway. Now the first 3 fixtures of the day have been played, and it has been pretty dominant stuff for the victors so far. Thibaut Tricol 4-2 over Felix Schertz. Willie Borland, the table topper, 4-1 against Harry Ward, and a fantastic 4-0 win for Nico Bloom in his previous match against Thomas Banks. And that means that the table looks like this. Borland has a 2-point lead over Thibaut Tricol. He, in turn, has a 2-point lead over Harry Ward and Nico Bloom, who now actually has moved into 3rd place in the table. But Harry Ward will be looking to leapfrog him if he can get the better of Felix Schertz in this next game. And on hand to talk you through it, it's back to Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so game 4 sees Felix up against Harry. And both players looking for their first victory of the day, as you saw in that graphic there, both losing out in their opener. But Felix can feel maybe a little bit hard done by. Lost to Thibaut Tricol, but average 92.71 was 2 out of 5 of the attempts he did have at double and had the game solitary max. Whereas for Harry, 87.94, 25% when it came to the doubles in a 4-1 defeat to Willie Borland. But the more I'm watching Felix, the more
First leg, it's Harry to throw first.
you feel impressed by him, really.
Yeah, he's just very measured, isn't he? Very consistent. And I guess it's because you know, we don't know his game as well as we would perhaps say we know Harry Ward and Willie Borland and even Nico to an extent.
60.
In terms of what he's done recently, I can see what he's done over in Switzerland, and his average is around the kind of 78, 80 mark as a kind of running average. And he's obviously really up that. So he's got those levels that he can go through. But just to produce them here on debut, I think that's what's impressive.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because we go through all the numbers of all the players that play in this, and we go through various stats of various tournaments. But one thing we tend to find here is actually a reverse of what you see at other stage tournaments, where players sometimes with the nerves, you actually see their numbers go down. But if anything here, they actually go up.
Yeah, it's just rising to the occasion, isn't it? And that's such an impressive quality in a player.
97.
Remember, the bookmakers have Harry Ward as the heavy 1-2 favourite. Felix Schertz out at 6-4.
45. $102.
Yeah, between these two yesterday, it did go the way of Ward.
Harry
It was
required
4-2 victory. But again, another
157.
competitive match. Harry had to produce a 91 average to seal that victory.
He's got 6 here to
41.
take out the opening leg. But again, it's another one of those pulls into the single 1 or single 5. And it may well be punished.
121.
Well,
Harry required 160.
Until Felix did one of his own. Shot still on. Treble 20 would have given himself a dart of double 18. But again, he drags into the 5 and now into the 3.
Felix required 120.
A chance here. Needs to find that treble 20. Can't, so just wants to tee it up.
60. Harry required 88.
$18. And now the bullseye.
63. Felix requires 60.
Yeah, the way his dance just slightly a bit of a blocker, needs to lift it over the top. Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, it's just,
Felix
as we say,
Schertz.
just a nice solid leg. I mean, 21 dart opening leg. So I think, you know, for Harry,
Second leg, it's Felix to throw
I can
first.
see that frustration
Game on.
coming in. He mentioned it himself. It's obviously there in the back of his mind that he is drifting and he doesn't quite know why. And hopefully all of a sudden, with some of these players, you just need something
95.
big and something very good to happen to be that catalyst to kind of kick on the rest of the campaign. And it hasn't quite happened yet for Harry Ward today.
It'd be fair to say it's been a little bit
45.
black from him so far.
Yes, no, I think you're right. I think when you've identified a couple of niggling points in your game, so obviously you were
30.
saying about the the doubling stats, and he was also saying about how he was drifting. When it happens again, it then becomes more of a thing. And then it becomes a bigger and bigger thing if it happens more and more. And that's where the frustration, that really does creep into a player's match.
$140.
A little bit of a chat with Felix yesterday. And he just said that he wanted to embrace everything about it. He said it was almost a dream, an absolute. Well, he said it was a privilege to play on that stage. And
96.
he really wanted to take every single part of this experience as it comes.
$99. Felix should require 140.
He's got 6 darts here for a 2-0 lead.
$84.
Yeah, we'll needle 6, but this is a healthy lead once again for Felix Schertz.
58. Felix should require 56.
I feel time is still a friend. 2 at tops. Double 10.
36. Harry, you require 146.
Already had this hit against him today, Felix Schertz. Tiba Trakul won the game against him on this outshot, but Harry Ward can't do something likewise.
58. Felix, you require 20.
No, and you feel that this needs to go for Schertz as Ward's creeping ever closer nearer to the double.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, and again, just really measured, really, consistent.
Third leg, it's Harry to throw first.
But I think Harry will know right now, he's not producing his best. He played so well in his opener. Hasn't really done it. I know he lost 4-0 to Borland, but that was a tough opening match, but hasn't pushed on here.
100. $135.
Felix Schertz at the end of that last leg must have felt like a Ferrari with a tyre loose being caught up by a Fiat Punto towards the finishing line of a drag race.
135.
It's just a very interesting analogy. Yeah, keep up with that.
$48.
Very steady action, that of Felix. A
80.
wibble, a wobble, a release. Harry wants 3 on a plate.
138.
Because he set it up on a plate for tops.
77. Harry, you require 40.
Yeah, so this could be an incoming 13.
Game shot on the
Ended
third
up being
leg.
a 14 darter.
Harry Ward.
Interestingly, the leg he did win against Willie Borland was a 14 darter. So it's a bit all or nothing at the moment. So if Harry can just balance it out, find that consistency more in line with that level, then he's going to be a handful for the rest of the day. Just needs to settle down. And
60.
He's got that confidence. We saw it in the interview, but just not quite showing it here.
$55.
Telly's just brimming in underneath the surface. Beginning to get annoyed with how
60.
things are just beginning to pan out at the beginning of his day.
$100. $83. 93.
Yeah, nice find on that last dart there. Just keeps him just ahead.
$83.
Yeah, really could do with a 2 treble visit. There's one.
96.
Well, leaves the finish. First 2 are finished, but it is a big one. So Shirts here, yeah, another big score could leave something better.
This could be one of those moments which just lights up the day for Harry Ward. You sense that he needs something like this just to get the blood pumping a little bit. It's then 75 for a 3-1 lead, and he is going to be put under pressure. Ward back on 57, threatening the break for 2-2.
Yeah, there's a slight pause there, but needs tops.
35. Harry, you require 57.
Don't often see Felix Shirts. He hasn't really done that kind of big pause, but recognise that was a big dart. And Harry now looking at tops himself.
Game shot on the 4th lay. Harry Ward.
Level we are at 2-2. 17 data for Harry Ward's level proceedings up. Still,
Fifth leg, it's Harry to throw
perhaps
first.
inside
Game
berating.
on.
I don't think there's anybody happy on that stage in the minute. Well, maybe Charlie.
60.
Yeah, Charlie's always happy.
58.
Look at him, brimming from ear to ear. One thing about Charlie, he's always chipper.
81.
Actually, Charlie was a part of, and I'm happy to report this. It's been a while since I've been able to report this.
57.
Winning MODUS Super Series quiz team yesterday.
Many turn up?
I'll have you know there were 25 teams in that quiz, and
45.
the team of 6 of us from the members of the crew and production, we managed to win not just the quiz, but we also won the bonus
58.
prize of £20 and a bottle of champagne as well.
Yeah, very nice. Sounds very good.
46. 41.
And this is that leg that you sometimes get during a mid-match, especially
40.
with Harry bringing it back to 2 apiece. They just seem to have gone off the boils slightly. I think that's because as we're getting to the business end of the match, you can feel that tension is very important for both of them.
40.
Their win here for Harry would keep him in touch and distance, put him back on 8 points, up there with Thibaut Tricot and just 2 behind Borland. Felix Shirts, that would put him on 6 points. So it's, as you say, it's moving day, and that's a wonderfully timed 180.
Yeah, moving day, and if Harry Ward loses this game, he's drifting out of contention slowly but surely.
59. Harry,
So this
required
is a big
49.
passage of play as far as Big H is concerned. 2 darts, a double 16 for a 3-2 lead. He just kissed that one off the barrel. Yes, is the
Game
answer.
shot on the 5th
3-2
lay.
to Ward.
Harry Ward.
It's not been vintage by Big H, but it may well just be enough.
6th leg, it's Felix to throw first. Game on.
No, and I think whoever comes off the stage who does lose this match will feel very disappointed, and the winner probably feeling like they've got away with one. But these are the matches you need to be picking up these points.
$60. 95. 93.
After this, we're going to see Thibaut Tricol back in action. He put in the performance of the day so far, a 98 average and a 4-2 win against Felix. He takes on Nico Blum.
58.
Yeah, interestingly, we did kind of question if Tricol could open up his account, playing very well, and he really, really did.
60.
And it may not be long until we see him back in action because Ward's closing in now. Well, he had the opportunity of 6 darts in hand, but
24.
he's made a mess of it, and he's not left himself on an out. And suddenly, from having 6 darts himself to win the match, he's given Felix 6 to tie it up.
And it goes back to what we were saying earlier. It's just the timing. When Harry's missing, he's missing right at that time where you really are looking to set something up.
83. Felix require 102.
So for a level match, 10 there leaves double 16.
70. Harry require
And so
101.
Felix has missed a ton topper to save the match. Can Harry find a ton topper to win it? Double 19.
49.
And left double 12.
Felix
and so
require
Felix is back
32.
for 32 for 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Yeah, no problem there. And we
Felix
do
serves.
have a level match. First one of the day to go the distance.
7th final leg. It's Harry to throw first. Game on.
Well, 4 games in, and we've had every scoreline possible.
100. $95.
It's one of those matches, isn't it? I guess 3-3 feels like quite a fair outcome at the moment. Who can hold it together? Who can just produce a good leg at the right time? And that is a brilliant 180 at the perfect time.
180.
This is what a bit of class does. It finds something when
58.
it matters the most, even when you're not playing at your best. Can he find another alongside? No is the answer,
100.
but he's got space and time in this deciding leg.
Yeah, and the advantage of having throw,
79.
but that
Harry
180,
require
2 tons in the leg.
121.
1-2-1 after 9. Won't go on this visit,
28.
and hasn't really made the most of it, but really does have time on his side.
$85. Harry require
And then 6
93.
from 93 to complete the job, and it will keep him in the mix in terms of who played qualification. 74 left, and so that leaves double 16 for the
Game,
match.
shot,
And Harry
the
Ward
match.
is still
Harry
in the
Ward.
mix and the equation. Having to survive a last leg decider against Felix Schertz, he wins 4-3. Wasn't vintage Harry Ward, but it's enough to get over the line, and it's still a smile on the face of Big H. As to Felix, he walks down the stage fearing maybe his opportunity missed. 80.85 the average, 2 maximums, 4 out of 7 on the doubles of Harry Ward. Coming up after the break, Thibaut Tricol up against Nico Blum.
Welcome back. So game 5 here on Tuesday features a French touch. Thibaut Tricol is on a really good run. Remember, he lost his first couple of matches yesterday, but has since won his last 4. His opponent here, though, Nico Bloom. This fixture yesterday was one that really got away from him. One of a couple of games that he had a lead in and went on to lose 4-3. Can he get his revenge today, or will Thibaut Tricol's winning run continue? A run that could see him join Willie Borland tied on 10 points at the top of the table. Let's find out in the company of Laura and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so a continental battle in our 5th game of the day. The French touch, Thibaut Tricol, has won 4 in a row now and is beginning to make a real assault up the table up against Nico Bloom, who he's just loving life at the Super Series, isn't he? He's just a real happy-go-lucky character. He's great fun to watch, and at times he's played some good stuff, but like players in his scenario that's come back from a long layoff, we're going to see a bit of the good, and we're going to see a bit of the ugly
100.
at times.
Yeah, I like you say, I really enjoyed watching him, and after such an absence, it is hard to know, you know, the version of the player that's turning up, but it's been very positive. Already off to a good start today. Got that 4-0 win over Thomas Banks.
59.
I think it's quite nice. You know, it's such a good opportunity just to kind of see where your game is as well, just to kind of level it up against other players and see where you can perhaps work.
180.
That's the first 180 of the match, and it does go the way of Nico Bloom.
135.
Getting the sense of Nico that he's the type of player who's going to play his best this week when he's pushed by somebody else.
Yeah, he was unlucky yesterday not to have actually taken that victory over Thibaut. Did lose, but it was 4-3. Very, very tight match between the pair of them.
100.
Tricol averaged just under 92 in that game. All from 11 on his doubles. That was kind of part of that second part of the day where Tricol really upped the numbers.
Thibaut, you require 107.
He found his gear. And he may need to find this, otherwise it could be broken. And so Tots are 107,
67.
just above. And so Bloom has the
Nico,
break
you
charts.
require 60.
Quite high, it's a bit awkward.
40. Thibaut, you require 40.
Quite work it through, so that's an unexpected chance here for Tricol.
Game shot on the
but
first
nicely
leg.
taken. It is a holder throw.
Tricol.
Thibaut Tricol leads 1-0.
So Tricol on the board.
Second leg, it's Nico to
Work
throw
for Bloom
first.
to do.
Game on.
And he's the type of player, as far as front runners are concerned, he can
100.
play at a level which means once he gets in front, it's very hard to claw him back. But ironically, part of his Lakeside expertise last year was the way that he came back from losing positions in matches. He was, well, he had to survive, I think in the end, 11 match darts on the Canadian Sean Burt, who had accounted for Connor Scott in the round prior.
134.
Before then, making his way through to the final where he lost out to Neil Duff. And that was despite opening up a 2-set lead in that match.
140.
Yeah, Tricol really has been making very strong inroads, not just in the WDF,
57.
but on the Challenge Tour, and been good to see and kind of leading the way for darts in France.
100.
Yeah, finished 10th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit in 2023. Got off to a really good start, won the first event of the year, and was top of the pile for a little while, which gave him some Pro Tour invitations.
We have to say, in the Challenge Tour, Barry Van Peer been unbelievably dominant throughout.
60. Nico, you
Really
require
deserved
72.
not just a place in the World Championships, but a tour card next year, which means we don't see him. But he's on to
Game
big
shot
things, and that's a big finish there for Bloom.
Yeah, level up at 1 apiece. Well, such is the dominance of Barry Van Peer on that tour last year. He accumulated £13,350. The next best player, Owen Bates, 9,700. Pretty much had it wrapped up, didn't he, with the last real round of Challenge Tours to spare, because in its top 2 they get a card, but only the top player gets a spot of the Grand Slam, and
45.
the draw that he's been given for that competition to put it mildly, isn't kind. Johnny Clayton, Chris Dobie and Josh Rock. Welcome back, Berry.
140.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, weren't we? I don't think there's any actual nice groups, but to me, that is one of the worst groups. But, exciting for us to watch, but very
49.
difficult. Only 2 go through from each group, and I couldn't pick which 2. It's a bit like me trying to pick here at the MODUS Super Series as well. I think I just like sitting on that proverbial fence.
Splinters. Well, there's actually 4 players that have played in the Super
100.
Series in 2023 that are going to be participating at the Grand Slam. Bay Vampire, Haruki Muramatsu, Fallon Sherrick and Nathan Gerben will be in
44.
Wolverhampton
TV
next month,
require
having played here this year.
121.
Went for the bullseye with Bloom not on a finish, and so double 18 for the 1-2-1.
103.
And that would have been for his 3rd ton topper of the day already.
$57.
Really
TV
has hit
require
gear, averaging
80.
over 102.5 splits because Bloom is still in the
Game shot on the third
300s.
leg.
And Chacol
Sivo
with a 14
Tricol.
darter moves his way 2-1 in front. And is looking as
4th
if
leg, it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
putting down a marker here today, putting himself down as the player to beat in this group.
Yeah, I like it. Questions were asked, mostly by us,
57.
but questions were asked just because historically he hasn't been able to kick off the days at his very best. But first match, 98 average and just under a ton here.
140.
140 just pushes him over the ton average mark.
$140.
And there is reasons to ask a couple of questions of Thibaut, because if you look at his stats for 2023 in comparison to the last couple of years, they are slightly down. 2021, he won 68% of matches he played.
100.
Last year, 67%. But this year, 57.83%. That should be caveated a little bit because he's played in more Pro Tour events this year. And so naturally that number's going to dwindle somewhat. But
140.
it does ask questions ahead of what is a big year. As I say, they're going to go one better with the Lakeside, played at the World Cup for France, and
100.
he took great pride in
Nico
doing that as
require
well.
164.
Yeah, one of my favourite tournaments, the World Cup, just because you get to see different players, but it's also that camaraderie you're actually playing as
96.
part of a
Thibaut
team. It's such an
require
individual sport, especially at the
161.
top level darts. The team element is just a bit of fun, but thought they narrowly missed the
97.
treble 17
Nico
for the
requires
161. So
68.
Bloom back for 68.
To quote Mark Webster, he's sticking with the task.
52.
He nearly found the double to level
Thibaut
up.
required 64.
16's corridor for Chacol, 64 for a 3-1 lead. The double for the
Game
break.
shot on the 4th leg.
Chacol leads
Thibaut
3-1
Tricol.
and is now throwing for the match.
Fifth
Thinking
leg,
time
it's
for
Thibaut
Nico.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'll be as puzzled as you are, mate.
Well, in his defence, he has done very little wrong. It's
60.
just both the scoring phases, 8-ton pluses, 4 140s, but it's the checkouts. Thibaut Tricol has been deadly on the checkouts, 3 from 5 at 60%. And that's going to win you most matches.
134. $81.
This is the type of level that he's bringing out today at the peak of anyone's powers here at the Super Series.
59.
We're talking Pilgrim territory, we're talking Littler territory. And we don't want to get too over the top because it is only a couple of games in, but it's just an indication as to where Chacol is playing at today.
100. $84.
Good recovery there from Bloom, but a good visit here, and that's a great start, great follow-up.
180.
Yeah, you just knew from that first start. That's 180 of the match there for Chacol.
That's unlucky, and that
80.
could well be the beginning of the end.
Thibaut,
Dart
you
on the floor,
require
and he may well be
80.
shaking the hand of Chacol in a second. Well, after what's been quite a slow start to his group, 25. Well, he went treble 17 for double 12.
40. Nico, you
Needs
require
himself on tops.
144.
And unless Bloom takes out the 144, he's coming back for it to win 5 in a row.
71.
Yeah, 144
Tebow, you
yesterday. A shot that
require
Tricol
40.
took out himself, but now needs tops for the match.
Game,
Yeah,
shot,
and no
the
mistake
match.
there for
Tebow
Tricol.
Tricol.
It's a 4-1 victory over Nico Bloom, and another 98 average, backing up his original match, his first match today against Shirts. It's been very, very strong stuff from the Frenchman, who now moves on to 10 points and is in second place. And there you see those averages: 98.18 for Thibaut Tricol, 88 for Nico Bloom, who didn't do much wrong, but it was the checkout percentages and the finishing stats of Tricol that saw him win. Well, there's more action to come, because next up is Willie Borland, and he takes on Thomas Banks.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
It's week 1 of MODUS Super Series 6, and that is a man in top spot in the Group A table. Willie Borland, just 1 defeat so far for the Scotsman, who's looking to pull further clear at the top of the table. Thibaut Tricol just levelled with him on 10 points, but a win here against Thomas Banks would see Willie Borland restore that 2-point cushion. Banks has just 2 points so far to his name. It is bottom against top. Will there be a Banks raid here? Let's find out in the company of Laura and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, as I say, it's moving day and things are starting to take shape once again on this table in Group A. And that man there is your current table topper, 10 points. But he is playing Thomas Banks, who finds himself languishing at the bottom of the table. Just the 1 win so far. That came
First leg,
yesterday
it's Willie to
against
throw
Harry
first.
Ward.
Game on.
There's been signs from Thomas Banks of what he can do, some wonderful finishing and some good scoring phases, but just hasn't been able to pull it all together, whereas this man here's going from
66.
strength to strength, and he's one of those players, isn't he? He can really run away with it with confidence, and because of the speed that he plays at, if you find yourself
59.
not hitting top form quite quickly against Willie Borland, it could be all over in a flash.
And I just
99.
wonder whether the way that Tricol is just breathing down his neck That fast start he made on Monday, how
96.
key that could be. He was stamping his authority, Borland, both
81.
literally and metaphorically on this group. And it'd be interesting when him and Chacol go head to head in what will be the 4th game from last today, where the table lies. That could be a real sliding doors moment in Group A.
99.
Maybe Chacol is the Tuesday mover. Borland looking to hoover
100. Will he
up
require
this
156?
156.
$60. Thomas should require 150.
Yeah, so Borland back for 96.
58. Will he require 96?
Yeah, I thought that
60.
line
Thomas
there
should
was
require 92.
really quite inviting there for Borland, but not able to find the treble. So good opportunity here for Banks. Needs the ball.
61. Will he require
And below to
36?
Borland back for double 18. Nudges away with the first. Inside with the second.
Game shot on
But
the
perfectly
first
pinned
leg.
on the double
Willie
9 with the
Borland.
third. And Borland one to the good.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I'm getting kind of dizzy.
Second
They're
leg,
both
it's
actually
Thomas to
quite
throw
fast
first.
players.
Game on.
Very quick when they actually get onto the oche.
42.
Feels like darts on fast forward.
59.
Quickest game in MODUS Super Series history is 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Alexander Merckx against
58.
Jelle Klassen back in October. It was a 4-0 victory for Merckx in the all-Dutch duel.
96.
We had some quick ones here. Usual and Scott Baker, Moreno Blom, Danny Laubia here. You know you can book a dinner reservation at a certain time.
Yeah, Danny Laubie, yeah, very fast, isn't
140. 60.
Apparently when he goes to Nando's, he has his dinner in about a minute flat.
81. 99.
You know, I don't think the player will be setting any records in terms of time, but a little opportunity here for Thomas
58.
Banks. He'll be back for 1-2-2, but what will Borland be on?
100. Thomas should require
Important last start.
122.
Could be a kingmaker in this leg because Banks can't find the treble 18 with
42.
the second
Will he
dart. And so
require
Borland,
87?
worst case scenario, should get a dart of the bullseye. Gets double 5.
Game
And
shot on the
finds
second
double
leg.
5
Willie
to break
Borland.
into lead 2-0.
Third
Shake of
leg,
the
it's
head.
Willie to throw first. Game
He's
on.
going for the motions, but he's still in front.
Yeah, and this again goes back to what we've said earlier.
96.
Yeah, we saw Harry Ward just sneak over the line against Felix Schertz, and I think even though these guys perhaps aren't playing right at the top of their game, they're
100.
finding ways to win, and that's the important thing. The whole idea of Group A, you know, or for any group, is to make finals night, because then
140.
that's when you really have to switch on.
And you can be here for finals night.
59.
Scan that QR code, sends you to a website called dartshot.tv where you could be here on Saturday evenings. And if you book your tickets for next week, well, you get 2 for the price of 1 because
79.
in the afternoon, the ADC Women's Championship Tour Finals will be taking place here at the Live Lounge. It's going to be broadcast live on the Super Series YouTube
81.
channel. And it'll be headlined by the likes of Dieter Hedman, Lisa Ashton and
140.
Eleanor Cairns as Borland leads himself on 46 here for a 3-0 lead.
85. Will he require 46? Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
nice little
Willie
14
Borland.
dart holder throw there for Willie Borland, but moves within 1 of the match.
Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Thomas just really has come up against it, to be fair. You know, couple of very difficult opening matches for him.
121.
I think it's just important, even if he doesn't win the match, I think for Thomas it's going to be important to start just getting some legs on the board. And Willie Borland's making that quite difficult.
Well, in terms of this game for Borland, he's really gone through the gears here. He's struggled in the first couple of legs, but has put on a bit of a spurt towards the line.
96. $131.
Banks leads himself first to finish, but Willie can make it more makeable.
140. Thomas should require 150.
Really is in full flow now.
Yeah, and Thomas, he's kept himself, you know, within touching distance, but just hasn't been able to convert yet.
Ball for the match.
60.
Ball not betted by Borland.
94.
Ops the ball, so yeah, was looking for that single 19. Single 19 would have left him ball. Now he's just left a double and got to hope that Willie Borland cannot convert 25.
2 darts, a double 8 for Willie Borland for a 4-0 victory.
Willie
to keep
Borland.
himself at the top of the pile. He gets the better with Thomas Banks to 0. Borland just going over to have a chat with his young opponent, giving him some words of encouragement. As for Thomas, well, for him to do as the day goes on. But for Borland, an average of 89.73. Got better as the game went along. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. And so that is the end of the second round of fixtures. Borland a 4-0 victor. And he's 2 points clear at the top of the pile as he reached the midway point of the day.
Welcome back. Game 6 has been completed already. Just under 7 minutes that win for Willie Borland. They're racing through the games today, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. They, you know, the race is on, not just in terms of at the table, but actually how quick they can go through the card today. Because it's, yeah, it's been a bit of a whirlwind so far.
Yeah, some speedsters in this group, but some dominant victories as well. The 4-0 win for Willie Borland comes just a few games after a 4-0 win for Nico Bloom. Both of those against Thomas Banks. A really tough start for him today.
Yeah, and I've got a feel from, I think he's possibly just over trying. As I was kind of going through the players' room, you can hear the camaraderie in there, and they're like, you know, just enjoy it, just relax. They all know what Thomas can do, and he's just not been able to kind of find that that scoring power and that consistency that we were, perhaps expecting. Because, as I say, we all know what he can do, but sometimes it's easy for me to stand here and talk, but it's harder to do it on the stage.
Yeah, let's hope he does as the day progresses. One player who's certainly showing what he can do is Thibaut Tricol. Now, he has won his last 5 matches after losing his first 2 yesterday, including both this morning, and some really, really strong finishing.
Yeah, and we kind of did ask questions, and wow, he really has answered 298 averages. But as you say, it's been the clutch finishing. It's been absolutely outstanding, and he finds himself near the top of the table.
Yeah, fabulous 146 to go with that 116. Are we seeing Thibaut make a charge and really put pressure on Willie Borland?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's obviously kind of settled in yesterday. He's really has made a very strong start today, and now he's going to be pushing for that top spot of Group A.
Yeah, and this is how he capped off that victory against Nico Bloom. Himself has produced some good stuff, but Borland seems to be the man to be in this group. Got that crucial win against Harry Ward yesterday, did Willie, and he hasn't looked back today either, has he?
No, and obviously that was the start of today's as well. So he's beaten Harry Ward already today. He does still have Thibaut to play a bit later on, so that's going to be quite exciting. But he just looks very much in control of everything. He's dominated the games that he's won so far, and I don't necessarily think he's been overly pushed as yet as well. So it'd be interesting to see when he plays Thibaut what he does when he's pushed a bit more.
Yeah, and that defeat of Harry Ward at that time sort of damaged him and allowed Nico Bloom to go above him in the table in that moment. Bloom is showing some really good stuff. Is he emerging as a contender in this group?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you can really write anyone off 100% as yet, but Bloom is another one that I think if he can just maintain it, it's taking those opportunities when they actually do, when they present themselves. And he did very well, got this opening 4-0 win over Thomas Banks. It was unfortunate in his game, ran into Thibaut Tricol, who obviously we know has been playing well. But yeah, again, another one that's a strong contender.
Yeah, Bloom's back in action next as well. And if you take a look at how the table lies right now, you'll see that Harry Ward has gone back above him, but that will change if Bloom can beat him here. So this is becoming a big game in terms of who might be challenging at the top, but certainly in that race for Group B.
Yeah, we don't call it moving day for nothing, do we? It's still really hard, but it's interesting to see how the table is starting to take shape, and you feel that there's, as the day is going on, there's more importance on each game, because it really will just decide who is going to be remaining in contention for not just winning Group A, but then we've obviously got to think about Group B, because that's the group you want to be in if you can't top this table.
Absolutely. Well, we've reached a pivotal point of the day, and this could be a key match, so let's get it underway. It is Flower Power, Nico Bloom against Big H, Harry Ward, and Little H is in comms to talk you through it. Henry.
Hi, Chris. Hello again, everybody. And so to Game 7, Nico Bloom up against Harry Ward, and these two almost passing like ships in the night if you look at the way their groups are developing. Ward on 8, Bloom on 6. But in terms of the day, Nico has kind of been the one that's looked more likely of the pair. Now, if you look at the odds that the bookies have laid before
Game
the
on.
off, Nico Bloom goes off as the outsider at 6-4. Harry Ward's the 1-2 on favourite, and a heavy favourite with the bookies. Get a sense that this
100.
game perhaps isn't going to be as one-sided as what they make it out to be. But for Harry, who did get the better Felix shares in his second game, but you could still tell that he wasn't overly enamoured with his performance in that game. Against Nico, who, as we've mentioned throughout the course of the day, because it's been a long time since we've seen him on this stage, we don't quite know what we're going to get from
140.
one game to the next.
You just get the feeling, don't you, Harry Ward just hasn't quite settled into today, especially. Had some very dominant displays yesterday and had some difficulties on the outer ring, and I think that's just played on his mind slightly.
125. $96.
This could be the type of game which goes down to
121.
who misses less as to
Nico,
more who hits more.
153.
Yeah, and again, we've seen that throughout the course of yesterday.
59. Harry requires 74.
And you, as a player, you can only get away with that for so long. You will eventually get found out. You need to obviously winning is the main thing, but you do need to start converting them and taking dominance and control.
54. Nico, you require 94.
This is just a hold throw, and it'll be a hold of throw. They feel a little bit like a break for Nico Blum. He goes for double six.
No score.
No!
Harry requires
Just a
20.
bit too high.
Yeah, this can get awkward. And that's what you don't want to do. But I like it. He attacked
16.
it. Quite often you see people just
Nico
float it
require
over the top.
94.
He did go for it.
Nico has to start again.
44.
So Ward back for double two
Harry
to
requires
lead
4.
1-0.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah,
Harry
good
Ward.
last start there from Harry Ward, and that is an early breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on. $81.
This is perhaps something which will be a bit more maybe of a challenge for Nico as he's coming back onto the dart scene.
59.
It's the longevity. This becomes quite arduous if you go day after day after day. 5 days is difficult. Players don't do that on a regular basis. So that's another. You see it. Some
60.
players just absolutely adore it and get better and better, and some really do struggle.
And could part of the issue as well be because he's come back that you can almost too quickly try and be the
58.
player that you are before, and if it doesn't quite work out straight away, to try and not get frustrated by that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that can be an element of it. And
60.
these opportunities, they don't always come along. Obviously, Nico is debuting here along with 2 others, and you want to make the most of it. You want to show why you should be invited back. So that's there's lots of different things I think that can go through people's minds, and it's easy for me to say that here, but you just need to concentrate on the darts and what's going on in front of you.
100.
Well, the initials HW for Harry Waters kind of been turned into hard work so far this
42.
week. And before you go there, we're not going to
100.
HD. Yes, it means high definition.
Oh,
180.
that's
Harry
high
require
scoring
100.
from Nico Blum.
Game shot on the second leg.
But it was all academic.
Harry Ward.
That's a ton check out for Harry Ward. And I'm just hoping that
Third
if
leg,
he
it's
can do
Nico
more
to
things
throw
like that,
first.
especially at the business
Game
end of
on.
legs, then his confidence is just going to get better and better as the day goes on. And just hopefully just gives him that freedom to play at the level that we
97.
know that he can play at.
So Ward 2-0 to the good. And if he wins this, it moves him on to 10 points and it
33.
keeps him in with a sniff in terms of the top of the table and Willie Borland.
140.
And he'd still be able to smell opportunity.
$100.
This is a player still disgusted with his performances.
$60.
Yeah, this is better from Nico Bloom.
123.
Would be for that holder throw, and he was unfortunate in that first leg not to have converted the 94, just slipped into the wrong double, and Harry Ward just stepped in.
100.
Needs a big score here.
$100. Nico, you require 104.
104 for Nico Blum to reduce the deficit back to 2-1. 84 left. I'll find the trouble to leave double 12, and so
56.
Ward comes back
Harry,
for
you require
145 for the double break and a
145.
3-0 lead.
105.
No, couldn't quite convert it,
Nico,
but
you
great
require
setup
48.
play there, and the pressure on this for Nico Bloom.
32.
That last start was wild.
Harry,
And so
required
Ward is back for
40.
tops for the double break and to really put himself in command of proceedings here. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, and again,
Harry
important
Ward.
last start there, I feel, for Harry Ward, because you don't want to end up chasing around the doubles as we saw earlier on in the match.
Yeah, Harry, you're
Full flag, it's Harry to
first.
throw first. Game on.
I mean, fair play to Nico for trying to steal another opportunity to throw first.
125.
You know, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Well, yeah, there is that, but I don't know many people that would knowingly give up that kind of advantage, especially to run out a 4-0 winner.
99.
Because again, it is tight. I think if Nico was to go and win this, it would make it reshape the table once again, because Harry and Nico would both be on 8 points. This way, Harry will move on to
80.
10 and comfortably in third position.
Bit like in 9-ball pool, where there's certain tournaments where if you win the previous rack, you break in the
59.
next rack. Could maybe have a theme where we have a week where basically you bull up in the practice room and the winner of the subsequent legs get to have the advantage of throwing the
140.
so on and so on legs, possibly.
Yeah, I've played in practice sessions where the opposite happens. We kind of say that mugs away. So if you lose the
96.
leg, you get
Harry,
to go
require
first.
156.
The match. Double 18.
120.
That would have been some way to finish the job off for Harry Ward. But he is going to come back with Bloom back on 247.
Yeah, and this has just been much better from Harry Ward.
60. Harry, you required 36.
Having his best until last in this match. 216s.
Game
Bound for
shot
14
and the
darter
match.
to round
Harry
things off
Ward.
for Harry Ward. A 4-0 victory against Nico Bloom, which may well end his hopes of winning the group. But it keeps Harry Ward very much in the race and in contention. Him and Thibaut Chacol can hardly be separated. Ward above him on legs 1 in the group, up to press. Those the averages, that the tail of the tape. Harry Ward, a 4-0 victor against Nico Bloom. And coming up after the break, Willie Borland looking to move on to 14 if he can get the better of Felix Schertz.
The action continues here at the Modus Super Series after back-to-back 4-0 wins. Willie Borland beating Thomas Banks with a whitewash before Harry Ward got the better of Nico Bloom by the same scoreline. And Borland is back in action now. The man at the top of the table looking to get another victory today. He's 2 from 2 so far. He takes on Felix Schertz, who's yet to win on Tuesday. Will that change here, or will Willie's winning streak continue? Back to Henry and Laura.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, well, Willie Borland doesn't look like he wants to relinquish this winning streak anytime soon. And yeah, Felix, he's been a bit unlucky, in my opinion, just with regards to the way he's played so far. He was a 4-3, lost 4-3 to Harry Ward in a very close run match, and then lost his opener as well. So he's been playing well. And I don't know whether Willie's really been tested that much as yet today, but just finds a way to win. So perhaps this could be the next test for him.
Yeah, as far as Felix's day is concerned, it was 2 different types of performances, but 2 defeats.
97.
92-71, 2 from 5 on the doubling against Thibaut Tricol. It was a good performance out the back for the Swiss. But then in his second match, as Borland kicks off his game with a 180, 74-65 and 33% when it came to the doubles against Harry Ward.
25.
Yeah, and a win here for Borland. Would see him stretch his lead once again at the top of the table. Currently sat on 12 with second place Harry Ward on 10. This would put Borland on 14 points if he could find a win. But you feel the job of topping the table for Felix will be quite difficult. However, as we've said before, it could keep himself in contention for Group B if he can't top the group. But we'll need to start adding some points to his tally.
Left himself 106 after 9 to take out this opening leg against the darts.
100. Will he require 106?
Gonna get 6. Double 18.
70.
Nudges the Y. How many times did he caress that Y on that double 18 today?
Yeah, I genuinely thought that was going.
125. Will he
pressure on
36?
This. For a nice early breaker throw.
18. Felix should require 96.
And suddenly, Felix has been presented an opportunity. He may feel like the cat that got the cream if he can take out this 96. Been ironic if he took out double involved.
Will he require 18?
The 18s that Borland's had so much trouble on.
Game shot
double 9, when the 18s haven't worked out, has come to his aid, and he gets the break and leads 1-0. Time to limber up for Felix.
Second leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
The Swiss may well be rolling downhill as far as this group is concerned.
The jokes, they're very cheesy.
140. 125.
They're like a certain brand of chocolate. You either love them or you hate them.
100.
Isn't that Marmite? I mean, I wouldn't define it as chocolate.
134.
Other yeast products are available.
60. 60.
124 for Borland and a 2-0 lead, having accrued the break in the first leg. His average is just under 91, but he's still in the background, just
Will he
cursing himself a little bit.
Yeah, doesn't get the treble 18, so 61 56. Here for a break straight back for Felix Schertz.
61.
That leaves him tops.
41. Will he require 68?
This was 2-0. This is double 16.
52. Felix should require 20.
Now, it was a bit away, Willie, wasn't it?
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, and very nicely taken, but interestingly, a break straight back.
Third leg, it's Felix to throw first.
I've
Game
got that
on.
in both matches, Felix Schertz, when Willie Borland has set something up, he's managed to find that big score, put on that little bit of pressure, and on that occasion did convert.
125.
I reckon we don't need to see the darts in the board to see what's happening in a game involving Willie Borland.
60.
I reckon we can just stick a camera on Willie and we just follow it the whole way round. And I reckon you'll know exactly what's happening.
140.
Yeah, I know we've spoken about it before, but there are several players I think that wouldn't make good poker players.
96.
Willie Borland, another one that just lets you know what he's thinking pretty much at all times.
100.
Him against Rob Collins would be an interesting watch.
140. Felix required
a Robert
136.
Thornton and a Kevin Painter.
Oh, yes. Double eight.
Game shot on the
for
third
136.
leg.
Felix Schertz. A superb finish. A 12-dart leg. And that may well be
Fourth
the
leg,
blue
it's Willie to
touch
throw
lightning
first.
moment
Game
for the
on.
Swiss.
39. 83.
Well, we kind of implied earlier, just because of the results and the way they happened yesterday, that we do feel that pretty much anyone has got the ability to beat anyone else.
60.
You could make a case for most players within this group. Felix Schertz is just proving that, because Willie Borland has looked pretty unbeatable today. He's run out quite strong
60.
victory in both his matches. 4-1 win and a 4-0 win, and really being pushed here.
137.
Big year coming up for Swiss darts.
100.
The European Tour will be landing in that territory for the first time in 2024, back end of September.
95.
The Swiss Euro Tour will take place, and Felix will be hoping to be a part of that particular tournament. Willie will hope to be fishing.
134. Will he require 170?
Has won. Oh,
134.
not sure if that was a bit of a
Felix required
deflection, but it looked like it lost some
124.
power, but great recovery to get the 54 to leave 36.
39. Will he
Numbers
require
up.
36?
2-2. He has not had any fun on double 18 today.
Game
But
shot
double
on the
9
fourth
again
leg.
comes to
Willie
his aid.
Borland.
It's been his night nurse. It's been the thing that's
Fifth
rescued
leg,
him
it's
when he
Felix
needed
to
it the
throw
most.
first. Game on. 31.
Yeah, Borland looking to make the most of that.
99.
Again, we've got that kind of midway phase. We've got two apiece. We have seen some of the players just get a bit edgy at this stage.
46.
But what Felix will hope that 12 darts and the 136 isn't is just a
40.
flash in the pan moment as far as this game is concerned. It was a great leg, but Borland's been able just to claw back the authority in this encounter.
100.
Sometimes when you take shots out like that, or
140.
start filling up the treble 20 bed, it's trying to keep that adrenaline level just at the right. So you've got enough adrenaline within you to push on, but not too much that it becomes difficult to play.
100.
Keeping those emotions in
42.
check, which is so much easier said than it is done.
100.
Yeah, and it's funny when you watch the players, especially here at MODUS Super Series, you get to see so many different players, and you'll see some players really do need
100.
that adrenaline
Felix
and that
require
drive and emotion to go
124.
through their matches, and some need to be very calm. And Schertz seems like one of those players that just likes to remain calm as he looks for 14, gets the treble, so double 11.
102.
That spat out the number.
Will he require 80?
Tops.
40. Felix required 22.
He's hitting more wires than a bomb disposal expert, Willie Borland, today. Went for the split.
Yeah, I think he was going for the 6, which would have left him double 8, but now he's stuck on double 1. Yeah, a bit of a disaster there for
Will
Felix
he require
Schertz.
40?
Well, that was a mess.
Game shot on the
That's
fifth
a tops.
leg.
That's
Willie
a break.
Borland.
That's 3-2. And that could see Borland on the brink.
Sixth leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I get that shake of the head because that's kind of a what if I actually went for it moment.
58.
Because the split didn't go well. He was going for the 6, pulled it into the 10, then managed to pull the next one into the 10. Yeah, double 1. I don't know many people that particularly like double 1. I most certainly do not.
22. $58.
No one ever chases around double 1 on TV, do they?
Oh, I can name a couple. I mean, yeah, thanks, Henry.
58.
Single decker or double decker? Do you want that bus?
You've slammed me right under a double decker, I swear.
60. 60. 81.
It's just beginning
40.
to unravel here now for Felix after what was a good middle of the game. His head looks like it's in his
96.
shed after the 22 incident.
Yeah, I think so. And we saw that slightly when he made it 3-3 against Harry Ward, and that last leg just couldn't really do anything
Will he
about
require
it.
148?
Now he's just got to hope that Willie Borland misses.
Just other side of the wire, but he's going to come back and have match darts in the next visit.
132.
Gonna have 3 at double 8.
58.
This is for
Will he
14
require
points. This is for
16?
4-point lead temporarily
Game,
at the top
shot,
of the table,
and the match.
Borland just
Willie
continues his winning streak. And so Willie Borland is continuing to stretch out his authority as far as Group A is concerned. Felix Schertz walks off into the background. He had a 1-3-6, but that was kind of the highlight as far as his game was concerned. Made a bit of a mess of a 22 combo, and that kind of derailed him for the remainder of what we saw there. Borland a 4-2 victor. Coming up after the break is Thibaut Tricol. Up it's Thomas Banks.
So game 9 at the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday features Thomas Banks, who's yet to win so far, and the Frenchman Thibaut Tricol, who is yet to lose so far. The pair of them just completing their practice starts, having a little chat. I know that the players in the group have been trying to keep Thomas Banks's energy and opinion of himself up, having lost all of his legs so far today. 8 from 8 going against him. Thibaut Tricol on the other side of the coin has won 8 of the 11 legs that he has played. Certainly found the French touch since losing his first 2 games at the start of his Group A campaign. To talk you through the action in this one, it's back to Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, Thibaut Tricol looking to keep pace with Harry Ward at the top of the table up against Thomas Banks, who it's nice to see that the group give as much confidence
First
as
leg, it's
possible.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
This is a big opportunity for Thomas, and I know that he's been looking forward to this for a number of weeks now. And
51.
as the week goes on, we'll see the best of Thomas, the player that took on Gerwyn Price at the UK Open and made it through to that 4th round, which in itself is an achievement from Riley's amateur qualifier all the way to that point.
Yeah, it's not the easiest of routes because the Riley's qualifiers attract really, really big crowds, big participation numbers. Yeah, there's no doubting Thomas Banks' talent, and I followed what he does on the WGF, which represented England. Been an England youth player for a few years now, and on the JDC.
100.
You know, he's a really good emerging talent.
Bookies have Tricol as the heavy 1-5 favourite to win this match.
48.
You sense that pretty much against anybody in this group you'd fancy the Frenchman's chances. He's just gone up a level today, and it's all about Willie Ball and just trying to keep
60.
him at bay as much as physically possible, you sense, ahead of that meeting, which is going to be in the next round of matches. It's going to be 4 from home today. It's going to be game 12 of our session. As Tricol looks at 1-2-4 to take the opening leg against Fro. It's going to be double 11. Finds double 11 for yet another tongue topper for Thibaut Tricol. That's his 3rd of the day.
Second leg, it's Thibaut to throw first.
Yeah, he's been very impressive so far to Tricol. And this is what we were talking about. If someone's got the whole package, and at the 59. Moment that's what Thibaut's he's kind of showing. He's got the scoring power, but he's backing it up with some excellent finishing, some big shots, but
57.
Also high checkout percentages if he's not taking out the big numbers.
$100.
Just having a little bit of a delve through the numbers today. There's been a maximum in every single match today. However,
26.
There's not been more than 2 maximums in any match today. So if you're backing those sorts of markets today, maybe it's the type of markets where you look maybe under a certain 180 mark, as to maybe over a certain 180 mark. And if you are having a flutter, it is 18 plus, and begambleaware.org if you're having a
138.
Gamble on the Super Series.
$84. $54. Thibaut, you require 158.
Yeah, Thomas Banks. He's had some real successes this year.
139.
And that was unlucky there, Thibaut Tricol, leaving 19, but I know sometimes there's that argument just to split it and set it up.
140. Thibaut, you require 19.
2-8 for Tricol.
11.
But it's not 2-0 Tricol
Thomas,
just
you
yet.
require 86.
And the single number leaves him the ball.
$53.
Yeah, just more frustration
Thibaut,
creeping
you
in.
require 8. $6. Thomas
But this
required
is
33.
opening for Banks. Double 16 to level up and to get the break back as well.
Yeah, and the way his darts land, that is awkward. Has to move over.
Game shot on the second leg.
And there you
Thomas
see a little
Banks.
raise of the eyebrows, puff of the cheeks, but that is a leg on the board there for Thomas Banks.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
And that's
Game
also
on.
a breaker throw.
Something just to get him going.
134.
In the position that Thomas is in, it's about taking those small victories and then building it. Use those small foundations to
59.
build your castle. You can't build a house without putting the first bricks down on the ground floor. And so
57.
once you put those first bricks down, then build those foundations.
100.
No designs of grandeur didn't come to fruition without those small steps having been accomplished first.
140.
Yeah, but this is much better. Thanks down to 170 after 9 darts.
81. Thomas, you require 170.
And sometimes you just need that. You need that leg on the board. You need that settler.
96.
I don't know if I'd have risked going for that again. Looks like it was just hanging on in there, that treble 19.
100. Thomas, you require 74.
Double 16. This is a much better leg. Has to move across. And look at how that flight is obscuring.
42. Tivo, you require 161.
Yeah, the way Draco's been playing, the 161 definitely not out of reach.
89.
Couldn't quite
Thomas,
get the
you
treble with the
required
first dart. So
32.
another chance here for Thomas Banks.
Cole. His 6 darts at double to win the previous leg. Banks mopped up. But if he can find a way past that barrage and it just clattered off the barrel and it came
Tivo, you
off.
require
And
72.
so Cole back for the break.
Yeah, so single leaves tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Another good
Tivo
check out there for
Tricol.
Thibaut Tricol. And Thomas, I think, will be disappointed there.
Fourth leg, it's Tivo to throw first. Game on.
And I just think when you're looking at 32 and when you're looking at 16, you know, in terms of finishing, the way that Thomas's darts are landing, they're really making it awkward for him.
140. 93.
Is this the moment where Jacole just puts his foot on the pedal?
100.
Survived a bit of a scare for a leg and a half and then just begins to motor off into the sunset.
65. 97. 96. Tivo, you require 164.
Yeah, nice reply, but may not be enough because Tricol is just starting to sense that finish line.
140.
And that 140 leaves him on double 12 after 12, and Banks looking to respond with a max.
140.
Well, he just
Tivo, you
applied
require
some pressure, but
24.
Jacole for 3-1.
Game
Makes
shot
no
on the
mistake
fourth
on
leg.
double 12.
Tivo
14
Tricol.
darts, he's a leg away.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, arguably Banks' best performance of the day so far. But he's run into this man here, Thibaut Tricol, who's
81.
put himself in real contention today, I think, for that top spot. Willie Borland still leads the table on 14 points, but the pair have yet to play today.
57.
A win here for Thibaut would see him in second place clear with 12 points. He has been, probably for me anyway, Tricol has been the most dominant player of the day.
134.
Sets that game 12 up very nicely indeed. Borland up against Jacole. We reckon that's going to take place in the next 45 minutes or so. So do stay tuned for some lunchtime darts here at the Super Series. That's one not to miss.
140.
And Chacol is not missing much here either. 134, 140 leads him on 146 after 9.
135. Tebow, you require 146.
Yeah, and that visit there from Thomas just keeps him in touching distance. But this has been another good element of Chacol's game. That set-up play has been
Thomas
very
you
strong.
require 151.
It has to go, but Banks can't find the Hail Mary, and so Chacol
98.
6 in a
Tebow, you
row.
require 41.
Was double 16.
25.
Banks has got another chance.
Thomas you require 53.
Yeah, double top. Double 10.
33.
Yeah, just can't convert.
Tebow, you require 16.
And so this is the opportunity for Chacol. 3 darts, a double 8.
Game, shot,
and Chacol
and the match.
Makes it
Tebow
6
Tricol.
wins on the spin to really keep chase at the top of Group A. He gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1, who had a real good spell in the middle of the match. But Chacol's class in the end just proved just a bit too much. An average of 88.34. It kick-started with a 1-2-4, 4 out of 14 on the doubles. Coming up after the break, it's our ADC European battle. It's going to be all continental as Felix Schertz takes on Nico Blum.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the one-sided outcomes keep coming on Tuesday. Here are the results so far, and as you can see, it's been another little run of one-sided affairs. A 4-0 win for Harry Ward, Willie Borland getting a 4-2 success over Felix Schertz, and then Thibaut Tricol winning 4-1 against Thomas Banks. We've got his first leg of the day in that match against a Frenchman, and it is those three well-established operators that are in the top three in the table. Borland 2 points clear of Tricol, who in turn is 2 points clear of Harry Ward. But in the next game, it's a 2 in places 4 and 5 as Felix Schertz takes on Nico Blum in the clash of ADC Europe qualifiers. And guiding you through every dart is Henry Deacon and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And you know, both these players been quite unlucky, I think, in their campaigns today. Felix yet to pick up that win, and Nico at one point he really was pushing, but I think both of them they've got real explosiveness. It's explosiveness, easy for me to say, in their matches. But then they just seem to taper off right at the tail end of matches and just allow their opponents to dominate. And this one for me is a really interesting one because although I think perhaps their race may be run to top Group A, they're going to be wanting to be in Group B after this the conclusion of Group A, and they both need the wins now.
Now, I believe that you got to the bottom of the origin of
123.
Yeah, well, in German, Blum, spelt B-L-U-M, means flower. So, you know, it's a natural conclusion. Flower power.
$80.
Very much done properly, isn't he? He's one of those. He's not one of those who's wearing those trainers that you'd see
45.
from a certain brand advertised by Jamie Redknapp. Look at them, proper cobblers. Them. Needs to polish them every now and then. And that's the only issue.
Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, it's great. I mean, we were talking about it to Chris yesterday about nicknames and
55.
how I like
Nico,
them when they're organic, and that feels like literally an organic name, Flower Power. It's great. He's really run with the theme, and it's all quite fun.
What I'd like to know is why is there I know it's Flower Power, but why is there a bomb on the 60. Side of the shirt next to a petal?
60.
Perhaps it goes to the explosive nature of his darting ability. We've discussed it.
What, a bit like going 10 bull on
52.
60?
There we go, boom. Yeah, that I didn't expect, I'll be honest.
134. Nico, you require 8.
Well, this is a bit more conventional.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's 1-0.
Nico Blum.
Well, I think we know what's going to happen when he leads 150 now.
Second leg, it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
He's probably as bewildered and confused as anybody.
59. $140.
Or should I say more bewildered?
Yeah, I got what you meant. It's all fine.
100.
Making up words there. It's fine.
$50. $85.
Yeah, Nico got off to a strong start, got a 4-0 victory over Thomas Banks, and found himself on the end
100.
of a 4-0 defeat against Harry Ward.
$100.
And the game in between for Nico is a 4-1 loss to Thibaut Tricol, but seems to be the theme of the day, losing to Thibaut.
44. Nico, you require 157.
Well, this would be some power from the flower.
57. Felix, you require 167.
This would be equally as explosive. 167. Not to be, so Blum is back for 2-0.
93. Nico, you require 100. 80. Felix requires 74.
He's obviously feeling confident and possibly trying to send a message here to Felix Schertz. But single 20 here. Leaves him tops.
54. Nico required 20.
Just trying to assert his authority on the Swiss. Double 10. Can he just nudge it across on the barrel? Too far across. Double 5.
10.
That's high.
Felix
That's
required
wide.
20.
And that's not handsome.
Yeah, you can see his reaction there about that. Now Felix searching out double 5 himself.
10. Nico, you required 10.
Yeah, both players now just starting to get into that bit where you're chasing darts around the board.
Game shot on the second leg. Nico Bloom.
But there you go, and 2-0 to the good for Bloom.
Third leg, it's Felix to throw first. Game on. $76.
Arguably in Schertz's other matches, we said has been unlucky not to have
180.
perhaps chalked up a few points today. His scoring's been okay, but it was his finishing that's been brilliant as they go back-to-back 180s.
Bloom couldn't quite go back-to-back 180s, and there was just a moment where the collective breaths were just being held.
58.
The MODUS Super Series stage isn't any stranger to 9 darters.
131.
Have a guess what's happening now, Laura.
59.
Yeah, I'm going after that last
Nico,
dart straight for ball.
50.
Ball for a 10. 25 left. Double 4.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
it's
third
fun
leg.
and it's good. It's
Nico
3-0 Nico
Bloom.
Bloom. There's only one player that's hit a bullseye for a 10 darter in Super Series history, and that is Chris
Fourth leg, it's
Mason.
Nico to throw first. Game on.
Of all people. Because if he was sat in this commentary box, he would have said, no, don't do it.
140.
That's probably because his record would have been equalled.
Good point, well made.
100.
Going to be good on that bullseye challenge we do on our social media feeds, isn't he?
Well,
57.
the difference is now we've got a little level of expectation. So if he's not, the questions will be asked.
100.
Try and dislodge Cam Crabtree. Easy for me to say.
Yeah, sat there with 22 points. It's
120.
proven insurmountable so far. Players have come close, but not close enough.
This has kind of been the case of Felix Schertz today. He's come close, but not close enough. But in this game, he's kind of been outplayed by Nico Bloom, who
125.
looks to set up from 184 for the match. And he's got 6 from this particular point to get the job done 4-0.
Well, in this match, Bloom's 10 points on the average, just averaging slightly under 90.
45.
I safely say he's not going for the ball the last dart in this turn.
100. Nico, you require 139.
Get it done, 139. Couldn't find the treble 13, and so Schertz is back for 76 to get a leg on the board.
Felix, you require 76.
Yes, that leaves him double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah, and a little bit of
Felix
relief there,
Schertz.
I think, from Felix Schertz, and probably a bit of why hasn't that happened already this match?
Fifth leg, it's Felix
him
to
in
throw
contention.
first. Game on.
Well, Schertz with the throw here, and if he
100.
can claw another one back, Forces Nico Blum to see it out on throw. And if he can't do that, then it's squeaky bum
55.
time because Schertz will have the darts in the last.
$100.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got that lead, see it start slipping away. It's all
100.
pressure on you.
$45. $140.
That could potentially be the visit that breaks the back of Felix Schertz.
28.
Now it's 6 for the match from 206. Harry Crave, a 2-treble turn.
Yeah,
96.
we'll just have to be happy enough with the one, but in a commanding position. And this is sometimes where Felix's his game can kind of just fall away from him.
40. Nico, you require 110.
Surely he doesn't go treble 20 bull. We're never going to know the answer.
60.
He's going to go straight for the ball for the match.
I think so, because I think that was an attempt for tops on that second dart.
And it's going to be under pressure.
140. Nico,
Well,
you
this
require 50.
could be an incredible way to win a match on the
shots,
bullseye.
and the match,
First dart
Nico
in hand.
Blum.
Nico Blum. That was blooming marvellous. Power from the flower as he wins on the bull to beat Felix Schertz by 4 legs to 1. Hey, he's a happy chappy, isn't he? And why wouldn't he be? An 88.01 average, 412 when it came to the doubles. And you know what? He's given us some good fun, hasn't he, Nico Blum? Fair play. Right, next up, it's Ward against Banks.
Well, that is the target that the last match was won on, the brilliant bullseye with one dart from Nico Blum to cap off his victory against Felix Schertz in Game 10. Game 11 features Harry Ward and Thomas Banks. And it is, well, a table that's becoming really separated Borland, Tricol and Ward, the established trio in the group, sitting in the top 3 spots. Thomas Banks, Felix Schertz and Nico Bloom occupying the bottom 3, the 3 qualifiers for this week. Banks got a victory yesterday, and in fact, that win for Thomas Banks came in his game against Harry Ward. He won it 4-3. Can he repeat the feat today? We'll find out in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. And we're just settling down after that fantastic moment from Nico Bloom before the break. But as for Harry Ward and Thomas Banks, it's fair to say both have got to settle into their day. Yes, Harry Ward has picked up some victories, but still feel at times that he isn't overly enamoured with his performances. As for Thomas Banks, there were spells in that game against Thibaut Tricol.
83.
Normally just a solitary leg for his daily campaign. Must win for Harry with Borland and Tricol to come next.
Yeah, I think so. And it then stretches that lead between himself and 4th place Nico Blum.
100. $58.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with you. I think neither of these have walked away from today being overly happy with the way they've performed, perhaps. I think for Harry Ward,
60.
again, it goes back to the fact that he is still picking up points, even though he's not perhaps playing to his best.
99. $85.
So Banks here, time to set up on 210 against the Ward darts.
96.
He's himself on 114. Ward can only set up from this point on throw.
60. Thomas should require 114.
Yeah, good start. Needs a single 14. That leaves tops.
94. Harry, you require 113.
Well, this isn't a given here for Harry Ward. Big finish incoming.
Just the other side of the wire. So 72 left for Harry. Finds the treble 16, which gives him
Thomas
double 12 if he comes back, because Banks is looking at double 10.
Game shot
and on the
first
Banks
leg.
on double
Thomas
10
Banks.
sees the break in the first leg.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Work to do, Big H.
$100.
Yeah, in this game for me, I guess it has a bit of a stranger dynamic. As we say, the only win that Thomas Banks has picked up so far is against Harry Ward. He started off very strong.
140. $97. $100.
When you do get that early breaker throw, which Thomas Banks has got, doesn't really count for much if you can't hold your throw in the next leg.
$100.
It was Harrington that coined the phrase, a break isn't a break without a hold.
Yeah, indeed it was. And it's
96. Harry, you
true
require
word.
161.
161 for Harry Ward. Not going to go. Now, if Nico Bloom was left on this finish, we know exactly where he would start. But
50.
I don't think Thomas Banks sits on that kind of cup of
150.
inconventionality.
$87. Harry, you require 111.
So opportunity presents itself here for Harry. We'll need to find a treble, and
43.
again, just
Thomas
too many
requires
wayward darts at this
63.
stage for Harry Ward.
Double 12, and now double 6. Just inside.
57.
And so
Harry, you
Ward is
requires
back
68.
level this game up and to get the break back. The double.
Game shot on the second leg.
1-1.
Harry Ward.
And that could be an opportunity that passes Thomas Banks by. Had the chance for 2-0, had the chance to bat the break
to
up.
throw first. Game on.
And Ward's the type of player that if you give an opportunity, he by and large takes and will now hope to front run from here.
58.
Banks ADC
99.
qualifier, courtesy of the Vault program series. And there's going to be some players joining us from Series 4 of the Vault here at the Super Series. Congratulations to Greg Ritchie, Noel Cullerton, Sean McKinney, Shane Hayward,
135.
Jack Mayle, former World Masters finalist, Stuart Kellett, Leighton Bennett, James Hutwaite, Martin Greers and Adrian Gray and Michael Burgoyne, who will be with us at the Super Series soon because of their exploits at the ADC Vault, which is proving more and more popular as time goes along.
Yeah, and it's great to see them up here on this MODUS Super Series stage. I mean, it's an opportunity that perhaps they wouldn't have had prior to the ADC being set up. And as you say, it's very popular at the moment.
Series 5 of the Vault begins on Monday, the 20th of November. And if you fancy a hand or just fancy having a go, head over to dartsatlas.com. It's there for all comers. This could be a 1-2-8 for Thomas Banks, but not to be this time, and so Ward comes back for 2-1 and to
56.
Put his nose in front for the first time in this match. It's tops.
Game shot on the third lay. Harry Ward. Fourth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Interesting there. Thomas just taking his time. When things aren't going your way and you're up on that oche, I mean, the stage can be quite a lonely place. It's one of those sports you can't defend yourself. It's just you on your own, and you've just got to keep attacking.
And this is his best performance of the week. 92.76, the average.
As you were saying earlier, you need to start building up from that foundation. Got his first leg on the board earlier on against Thibaut Tricol. Got another one on here. So if he can just keep building on that.
44. $93.
Mindo after this, Borland against Tricol. Big game at the top of the league standing. So whatever you're doing on this Tuesday lunchtime, make sure that you're
84.
Staying tuned to the Super Series YouTube channel, because that is going to be a little bit of a corker.
Yeah, a couple of big games left for Thibaut Tricol.
43.
Borland, but also that man there, Harry Ward, left in the very last match of the session.
58.
Banks with a couple of turns to square up at 2-2. He's himself on 112. So a couple of treble visit here for Harry Ward to make things interesting.
96. Thomas should require 112.
Well, level game. The dart at tops.
92.
Below.
Harry require 156.
Ward narrowly missed this to win his previous match, but
45.
Can't make that much of an indent into that. So double 10 here for Thomas Banks, and we're back at a level match.
Game shot on the
there you
fourth
go. We
leg.
are at
Thomas
2 apiece.
Banks. Fifth leg.
Big
Harry
couple of legs coming up here for Harry Ward, because if he loses this, if Borland and Tricol coming up next, his best case scenario would be it'd be 4 points behind.
93.
This is how things look in play. Now, this is Harry Ward's 9th match. A victory would put him on to 12 points, level with Tricol, and then 2 behind Borland ahead of that game. Defeat, he stays there, and it puts him in some serious peril. And considering the form of Nico Blum as well, he may
100.
be lurking precariously over his shoulder.
$134. 83.
Yeah, perhaps an important last start there from Harry Ward.
137.
Because this is Banks's performance of the day, perhaps the performance of both days so far.
140.
Top 40 needs a 185. Banks looking to make some inroads here. Finds a couple of triples. Good recovery
Harry
there.
require 85.
May well be just a dart at the ball for 3-2. 2 14s. The Monsieur for Harry
Game
Ward.
shot on the fifth leg.
3-2.
Harry Ward. Sixth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $125.
Well, if you recall yesterday, this was the match that we were discussing earlier where Harry had 31 darts at double, converted just the
58.
3 and did lose 4-3 to Thomas Banks. And absolute polar opposite in this match. He's 3 from 4 at 75%.
99.
Thomas not bad himself at 2 from 6.
Well, it's actually been Thomas's best performance of the week, all told. That's the average there, 94.08.
140.
But it's still not been enough because Harry's just timed everything perfectly, hasn't he?
58. $57. 85.
Yeah, nice last start there. Leaves 134.
$100. Thomas should require 134.
Chance to level the match.
58.
So
Harry
Banks
require
didn't quite
146.
take his chance to level the match. Can Ward take his to win it? 146. Another one of them would have left him double 16. It would have been the second gain today to have been one on that checkout. Tatiba Jacol got the better of Felix Schertz at that particular
Thomas requires
finish.
76.
For 3-all.
56.
And he's just had a real nightmare on
Harry
top, Thomas
require
Banks.
52.
And so it presents the opportunity for Harry Ward on double 16 for 4-2 victory, which keeps him
Game, shots,
in
and the match.
with a
Harry
shout
Ward.
and keeps him in pace, in tune with the leaders. Harry Ward gets the better with Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. And ahead of that big table-topping tussle between Borland and Jacol, he is still lurking beneath the surface. An 85-28 average, 4 from 6 on the doubles. Ward a 4-2 victor. But the big one's coming up next is Borland and Jacol. And that's coming up on the other side of these commercial messages.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the players on stage behind me are the two at the top of the Group A table. They are about to battle it out in a really important match, actually. Willie Borland and Thibaut Tricol. If Tricol wins it, then the pair are level on 14 points in the penultimate match of their campaign today. But if Borland gets a win here, he puts a 4-point gap between himself, Thibaut and Harry Ward, with just one game left to play today ahead of the run-in tomorrow. That could be a position that might not be caught. So it is a really pivotal contest, and guiding you through the action, it's Henry Deacon and Laura Turner.
Hi, thank you very much, Chris. And yes, this is the match that we've been waiting for. Number one against number two, just the 2 points. That's the one win between them. And the question, I guess, is, will Willie Borland cement his position in top spot, or will it be Thibaut Tricol joining him on 14 points? And I think Thibaut's had his best day here at the Super Series today. He's been very dominant, both in his scoring on the outer ring, and has won every game. But so is that man there, Willie Borland. And I think this will be a challenge for both.
When one meets two, who will prevail? It's the game that quite literally you want to watch. It's like when Nadal and Federer go toe-to-toe at Wimbledon. It's like when United and Arsenal go head-to-head at Old Trafford. You just know that fireworks are going to be upon you.
100.
And there's already been a bit of French flair to start this match. Not going to see a 9 from Tricol in this leg.
No, but very dominant start, and it is against the ball and throw. Almost perfection from Tricol.
As he hits a single one.
I was going to say that, yeah. I know.
22.
And follows it up with another one. Yep, I think just put the jinx on him there, curse of the commentator and all that.
25.
That's a bit more like it.
137.
He's himself on double 11. Well, we've had some fun on that double. Well, by not going for that double today.
Thibaut, you required 22. Game shot on the first leg.
Thibaut
Tricol
really attacks it, and that's a break.
He had a scoring visit to 22 and still hit a 13 darter.
Yeah, very dominant there from the Frenchman.
100.
Yeah, kicking off this second leg with another 180.
Tricol
100.
is finding that bit of finesse.
$43.
Until he hits a 43.
140.
Ball in there, backing up his initial ton with a 140.
60.
But he has put a statement
91.
out today, Tricol, because 2023 has been a bit more dormant compared to maybe the past. People haven't spoken about him in the same circles they had before.
60.
Well,
will he
seeing him
require
play the way he is today,
170?
that's going to change.
84.
Yeah, I agree. I think,
require 158.
We've had those expectations. Obviously, he made the world final, lost there to Neil Duff.
139.
Misses that 158.
Will he require 86?
I do agree, and I think he hasn't quite perhaps lived up to the high expectations we probably have, but
38.
been very, very strong today.
Thibaut, you require 19.
2-0. Double 8.
Game shot on the
messing
second
about
leg.
for Tricol. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. The first 2 legs, one in the space of 30 darts. 2-0 he leads. Work for Borland to do.
Third leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
Get to have a darter double in this match.
This is one of the things that I was discussing with Chris up on the balcony. Is as much as Willie's been winning the games, I don't think he's really been pushed and tested. And this is the big push. This is the big test. And So far, he's
60.
found himself wanting slightly. It's how he bounces back and recovers, because we know what Willie Borland can do and can find on that dartboard.
58.
But I also wonder whether the contrasting
60.
emotions when it comes to the stage, the contrast of how they go about their business. Willie, you get everything from him. You don't miss a
95.
trick. He gives you every single bit of emotion, whereas Tricol can keep things rather measured inside.
180.
Third leg and third 180 for Thibaut.
96.
Remember I was saying backing the less than market in the 180s. Not going to hit a fourth here.
177. Will he require 112?
No, but still a perfect visit, and
Game
32,
shot on
and
the
that's a
third
perfect
leg.
visit there for Willie Borland.
Borland.
And like you were saying, the reaction there just tells you everything. It was a massive shot for
Fourth
Willie
leg, it's
Borland.
Thibaut to throw first.
Big reaction that from Willie Borland. Big leg for Borland. His first
100.
opportunity at a double. He's found it, and he was at risk of going 3-0 down in the space of 4.5 minutes.
140.
Such as the rampage that the Frenchman was on.
Borland took out that 112 off the back
59.
of Thibaut Tricol hitting a 180, followed by a 177 to leave himself on 24.
93.
And it was just for a holder throw.
Touches the ridiculous standard. It's not bad for your lunchtime darting viewing.
140.
If you're watching on your lunch break, or you may be working from home and you might be having a song in the background, or
128.
maybe on a spare tab whilst in the office. We won't tell your boss, promise. But we're watching some amazing darts, and we're watching Thibaut Tricol really go for the
Will he
gears here.
require 140?
Borland needs his 140 just to level up, and you don't expect him to be back with
82.
Tricol on 57.
Thibaut, you require 57.
Tops for 3-1. Well, had to go
Game
to
shot
double
on the
10,
fourth
but
leg.
3-1 still the
Thibaut
result so far.
Tricol.
Interestingly, after this, no matter what, Willie
Fifth
Borland
leg,
will
it's Willie
still
to
be
throw
top,
first.
even if
Game
Tricol
on.
wins, because of a more dominant leg difference.
83.
But it keeps Harry Ward in play, that being the important thing if Tricol can win. He's a leg away. And these are the averages.
100.
Have a look at that. In his biggest game of the week so far, Tricol is putting in the performance of the week. The first ton topper.
40.
Potentially of Series 6. And what it would do to the table is this.
93.
Borland 14, Tricol 14, Ward 12.
57.
Yeah, Borland would face Nico Bloom in his final match today. Tricol would face Harry Ward.
98. 93.
So he's got it in his hands now to see it off, Thibaut Tricol. 6 starts on 210 to round the job off.
60.
But only a 60 turn, and so that opens up the door once again for Borland.
58. Thibaut, you require 150.
Yeah, and this is for the match.
100. Will he require
Good last start.
170?
Isn't now the realms of impossibility for Willie Borland.
Just cloud off the barrel of the
134.
first, and
Thibaut, you
unlike
require 50.
Nico Bloom, I don't think Tricol's going for the ball. It's double 16 for a 4-1 win.
Game,
Double A
shots,
is pinned,
and the match.
French touch
Thibaut
just keeps
Tricol.
finding that winning touch. And now he's in touch at the top of the table. He's level on points with Willie Borland. A big victory in a big match. And look at the relief in terms of celebration from Thibaut Tricol. It was a slow start to the group, but he's now undefeated in each of his last 7. It's 7 heaven for the Frenchman, and an average just underneath a ton as well. 4 from 7 when it came to the finishing. The big performance was saved for a big time. Coming up after the break, the final round of fixtures will begin with Thomas Banks up against Felix Schertz.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday, the middle day of Group A action, and there are just 3 fixtures left to play today. Here is what's happened so far, and as you can see, Thibaut Tricol has turned yellow in every single match. He's won all of his games, including a crucial win against Willie Borland in the previous game, a 4-1 success for Thibaut Tricol in that one, the most significant result of the day so far. And the reason for that is this. It sees Thibaut Tricol go level at the top of the table with Willie Borland, both on 14 points now going into their final set of fixtures today. Harry Ward racing just behind, but we are going to turn our attention now to the bottom of the table as Thomas Banks is about to take on Felix Schertz, and Henry Deacon and Laura Turner are your commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so into the final rounds affairs. And it's between the 2 players at the bottom of the table. It hasn't quite been today for Felix Schertz and Thomas Banks on day 2 of the Super Series. But they'd be hoping that they can round off their day with a victory and something to smile about, at least. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Thomas Banks goes off
First
at 11
leg,
to 8.
it's Thomas to throw first.
Felix Schertz, a Swiss,
Game
the
on.
8 to 15 favourite. That's your referee, Charlie Courtefine, world level official. One of the leading referees in the international game.
60.
Had the pressure being ref by Charlie?
I have indeed. I'll be honest, I can't remember the result, but it depends where it was.
40.
I'm sure Charlie does. He has a memory-like
60.
memory of matches.
Yeah, we've been quite lucky.
41.
Even at county level, we've had the likes of Paul Hinks pop down at county, Nick Rolls, and obviously Charlie Courtefine as well. So
59.
yeah, very privileged to have some world famous referees
Yeah, Paul Hinks, who we see here, fair bit at the Super
100.
Series. Probably the most recognisable 180 call of all of our referees.
Yeah, and involved in one of the kind of
40.
funniest VTs that I think I can always remember, which included a bottle of matey. It was very, very good.
Referee of a bit
85.
of personality.
$85.
Well, both players here just somewhat going through the motions a little bit. It's been a trying day for the pair, it has
65.
to be said.
I think their campaigns today have been kind of the opposite. I think Schertz was very unlucky, especially to start with, not to convert some of those early matches into points. Whereas Thomas Banks has got match-on-match better. Very torrid time, lost the first two 4-0, then found a 4-1 loss against Tricol and 4-2 in his last match.
Thomas required 58.
Against Harry Ward. I will say that
32.
tops has been very tricky for
Felix
Thomas Banks
required
throughout today.
115.
That's another slip from Felix this time, and so Banks back for double 13.
43. Thomas required 26. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, nicely
Thomas
taken there. And
Banks.
it's one of those games, isn't it, Henry, that neither of them have picked up any points today. Obviously, one
Second
of
leg,
these
it's
two will,
Felix to
and
throw
it's
first.
a game that they
Game on.
both feel that they not only have the opportunity to win, but they kind of should be winning.
I think part of the reason is with
60.
the dip below on tops. Is it always the way he throws the darts that it needs to be a firm throw at it, and if it's not
85.
fully in tune, it's always going to dip below.
Yeah, they almost kind of float up and drop down, don't they? They're unlike Schertz there, who's very straight, very almost robotic in his action. It's very simple.
180.
Thomas does have that like slightly more dip. And that then leads
58.
the dart to stand tall, which is why I think he's also had trouble when he's gone for double 16 today, that he's just managed to block it.
140.
This is better from Felix in this second leg.
96. Felix required 121.
And it's going to get the luxury of time on throw from 121, so it doesn't have to chase or attack.
97.
He's himself on double 12 after 12 to level this game up at one apiece.
92. Felix required 24.
Yeah, visibly not happy.
Game shot on the
Should
second
be happier
leg.
with that.
Felix Schertz.
We are at a level match.
So, one apiece.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Bottom of the table battle. Coming up afterwards, the top four will go toe-to-toe. We begin with Blum against Borland.
38.
And then Chacol against Ward. That's a big game to end the day. Potential if Nico gets the better of Willie and Chacol loses out to Ward, that
30.
the top three players on the last day could all be tied on 14 points.
Yeah, I was looking at that. That's the best
57.
case scenario for Harry Ward, but there's also the opportunity for either Willie Borland or Thibaut Chacol to pull away.
60. 99.
In terms of what's coming up later on this week at the Super
59.
Series in Group C, we're going to see Jeff Murray from the ADC, Keelan Kay and Charlie Large. Then in Group B, we're going to see a man who made it through to Champions
59.
Week last week. We saw him at Champions Night. Robert Grundy's going to return alongside Danny Smith and the precocious young talent Jared Cole.
60.
Yeah, very strong lineup for week one. Seems to be a reoccurring kind of theme and
96.
statement that I make about most weeks here at the MODUS Super Series.
But it says a lot about the strength in depth now.
Yeah, and kind of interesting twist of fate that Rob Grundy
60.
does
Thomas should
back-to-back
require
weeks.
152. 56.
So 96 for a 2-1 lead.
24. Thomas should require 96.
Double-double? No, I went treble 12.
39.
That's just got a little bit messy, although it shouldn't really matter on this turn unless Shirts finds a max.
Yeah, a bit of a look of indignation there from Shirts.
140.
Almost asking where that treble
Thomas
20's
should
been
require
throughout this leg.
57.
Tops for Thomas, and now double 10.
Game shot on
Bound
the
for
third
2-1
leg.
lead
Thomas Banks.
for the youngster.
Fourth leg, it's Felix to throw first. Game on.
You're in Thomas's situation. Are you using between now and the end of this group? Because
60.
realistically, it's going to be Group C for him on Thursday and Friday. Do you use these next day or so as just chance to get customised to the stage,
97.
acclimatise to things, learn one or two things, and then get yourself ready for that second group later on in the week?
Yeah, I just
60.
I think by this point, really, you know, with the experience he's got, although he is only 17, he has played on world stages before, and I think
134.
for him, he's just got to relax, enjoy it. Once something's maybe taken out of your hands, if at the moment, if he's still kind of strive for top spot or a place in Group B, once you think that that's
45.
actually gone, and we've seen it quite a lot, then you can relax. That pressure, that weight is lifted.
60. 134. 134.
I think for Thomas, his line has been quite straight, but what he struggled with, I think, is the actual weight of the dart. I mean, that was a really good visit there, but quite often we'll see it go quite high above the treble 20 or low. We've seen that on several occasions on the tops.
36. Felix should
He's
require
put himself on the
106.
cusp of a break and a 3-1 lead, unless Shirts can find the 106. That would have been
86.
cruel on Banks.
Thomas should require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Thomas Banks.
Yeah, and you just see that little look and that little take out of the dart there. It's as I say, I think Tops has been one of those difficult doubles for him today. Just finding
Fifth
that
leg,
weight
it's
of
Thomas
dart.
to throw first. Game on.
So Banks is on the brink of his second group victory.
100.
And because it's the last game of the day as well, he can come out of here feeling better about himself.
Yeah, you finish on a high.
59.
And he's got quite a recognisable clear pattern that it was very slow to start off, has got progressively better. So if this finishes on a win, it just kind of
60.
reinforces that he has got better and he just needs to start tomorrow how he's finished off today.
Plenty to learn, plenty to improve, plenty to take stock, but this is a good environment. The fact that you can watch all these games back, you can analyse yourself, and you can look at the bits you've done well, look at the bits you can improve, and you can treat both of those imposters the same. This is a great learning tool for young players.
55.
That Lord Tennyson that said if you treat both imposters the same, my friend, you'll do for me.
You're quoting Lord Tennyson at me.
57.
No, I'm going to say yes. I have no idea.
$140.
So 6 starts. Well, he's got the opportunity of 188. Probably will be 6 starts unless Shirts takes out the 151.
Felix should require 151.
Yeah, well, this would be some showstopper.
60.
Yeah,
Thomas
can't find
required
the treble there.
92.
We'll always start off in and around the bullseye. We were coming for
Game,
double eight to
shot,
win the match,
and the match.
Thomas Banks
Thomas
ends his
Banks.
day with a victory, getting the better of Felix Schertz by 4 legs to 1. Relief on the face of Thomas Banks, who ends with a win, and that was a nice little bit of acknowledgement there from his Swiss opponent, and a smile as he leaves the stage. That's what we like to see. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a 4-1 victory. Banks is a victor in his last match of the day. 2 big games to finish off the day to come. Nico Blum and Willie Borland follow this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Two matches left to play on Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series, and there's still a possibility that the top 3 could all be tied on the same amount of points, but that would mean Nico Blum getting the better of the table-topping Willie Borland in this one. Blum has had a couple of victories today, just as he did yesterday, but can he manage to topple the player at the peak of the pile? We will find out over the course of a possible 7 legs in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so, 2 more games to go for our second day here at the Super Series, and 2 important matches as well. Willie Borland top of the pile, 14 points to his name.
First.
But he's had Chakol breathing down his neck throughout the course of the day. A victory here will see him finish on 60, which means the best Chakol can do is keep pace. Lose here, he may see his lead evaporate into the Portsmouth sunset.
100. $57.
And I guess Bloom's coming into this match off a bit of a high. Obviously, that bullseye
84.
finish to win the match. Sorry, Borland coming in off the back of a loss. And quite a
100.
substantive loss. 4-1 to Thibaut Chakol.
$100.
I actually had a story about the whole bullseye thing.
140.
So he missed the 110 the other day by going for tops, and his friends on a WhatsApp basically said, "Why are you not going for the bullseye?" And so now he's gone for the bullseye for pretty much everything. And well, it turned out to be successful in his previous
Nico,
match.
you require 170.
I will say, even when he did miss the ball, he managed to adjust 17, double four, and yeah, we used it to good effect.
Tops.
97. Will he require 153? 121. Nico, you
Wonderful setup
require
play
20.
there from Willie Borland, but a chance here for the first leg.
As you can see, he had to shuffle across. He's readjusted too far. Double 16 means double four. That goes inside.
32.
And so Borland is back for double 16.
Well, that looks awkward.
No score.
Yeah, just clattered into those ones. Just massive blocker on the second
Nico, you
dart.
require 4.
Dodge 'em darts. Goodness me, he's going to have to pick a side. Good luck, sir.
No score. Will he require 32?
Awkward again.
No
Oh,
score.
he nearly found
Nico,
a way
required
between
4.
the two, and can he believe it? Madhouse to end a mad leg.
Game shot on the first
1-0
leg.
Blum.
Nico
From
Blum.
the bullseye to the madhouse, from the sublime to the ridiculous.
Second leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on. 43. 140.
In already. So just taking a bit of the advantage here in this second leg.
140.
Good response there from Borland.
$85. 134.
Picking off 2 consecutive 2 treble visits just to stem the tide in this leg. After what was a
59.
dry first visit from Willie.
100.
84 for a level game.
50. Will he require 84?
May only be a dart of the ball. 14. Oh no!
Yeah, again, just going for that treble, you need to make sure at least of the single number.
68. Nico, you require 167.
They'll sort it out, but this is a big ask here for Bloom. Needs the ball.
137. Will he
I thought
require
after
60?
our conversation earlier and what we saw in the match before, that was a given.
Game shot on the
He's
second
only good
leg.
of it when he's got
Willie
3 darts in
Borland.
his hand. 1-1. As Borland pins the double 8.
Third leg, it's Nico to throw first. Game on.
16 darter, and into leg 3 we go.
60. 99. 59.
Well, on the day of the state opening of Parliament, who's going to be making the statements and decrees
96.
at the top of the table today? Who's going to be crowned? Who's just going to be the black rod knocking on the door?
40.
Sometimes never know quite how to reply to you, Henry.
40.
Not very often you get to like sit there, watch darts, talk about it, and you get to shoehorn in something parliamentary. That's impressive.
58.
Well, he puts his eyes to the left towards the scoreboard just to check what he's on.
59.
Well, Borland seems to have wrestled the darts off of Bloom, who
60.
just can't find a treble 20 in reply.
140.
Excellent last start. Shoehorns another one in there. 140 leaves 67. And it's a break chance of Borland.
100. Willie requires 67. Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, and that is
Willie
2-1 to
Borland.
Willie Borland. And from this position, I tend to find Borland is really strong front runner.
Fourth leg, it's Willie to throw first. Game on.
Nico Bloom's going to have to try and find something special to stop this.
59.
What I feel might be a bit of a runaway now for Willie Borland.
43.
And now Borland really can try and assert his authority.
135.
135 just gives him a bit of a cushion in this leg unless Bloom can fill up.
100.
Now's not really a good time to be called flower power, because this is kind of the
100.
time of the year where all the flowers die out into winter.
Yeah, I think you're taking it a bit too literal. It's just a fun nickname. Enjoy it. Comes with fun
58.
shirts, very special shoes, and some good darts to boot.
And he does have a
57.
decent bit of clobbery on him. Look at that garment. Ho ho. I have that in the wardrobe somewhere. And if Bloom was going for this 150, there's no doubt that the bullseye would have been in the
60.
equation.
Will he require 150?
But Borland was looking for the 19s.
89.
But then gets the ball with the last dart to leave 61.
44. Will he require 61?
Goes into the ball, so 11, so 3 for double 4.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
nicely
leg.
adjusted. And I
Willie
sometimes
Borland.
worry when you are a fast player and it doesn't go to plan. Don't give yourself a lot of time to adjust, but that was
Fifth leg, it's
very
Nico
good
to
there
throw
from Willie
first.
Borland.
Game on.
And so a leg away, guaranteeing 16 points overnight. That's the most a player can get today. If Cole
60.
can put himself on that particular mark, if he can get the better of Harry Ward in our last game of the session, that follows this game.
99.
But that's in a couple of minutes or a bit longer. And you've got to give a lot of credit to
93.
Willie here. Because despite everything Chacol has done, he's never at any point today, the
93.
Frenchman, led the table. Borland has always been at the summit.
Yeah, he's done more than enough to keep his nose in front.
100.
And I guess it is a bit of a testament to those original kind of group standings. They came in, both of these, as the favourite, Willie Borland, the
84.
slight favourite, and that is reflected in the table as it is currently.
Borland perhaps now on the cusp. Bloom needs a treble. Needs a treble.
60.
Doesn't find one. 6 for the match now for Willie Borland.
96.
Lovely last start. Leads himself 129.
Yeah, he needs a couple of trebles. Still can't hone in on one, and
45.
yeah, really has
Will
left
he
the
require
door open here for Willie Borland.
129?
Options here. 72 remaining. And for the double-double. We'll return
93.
for that 18s, which has
Nico
been a
require 143.
target which has been quite arduous for him today. He's going to get another go at it.
55. Will he require 36?
Back over to double 9.
Game,
Yeah,
shot,
and not for
and
the
match.
first time today.
Willie
Double 9
Borland.
does come to the saviour of Willie Borland, who runs out a 4-1 winner over Nico Bloom. match definitely did improve as it went along, and you can just see them having a quick chat there. But it is Willie Borland who finds another couple of extra points. 81.53 average there, 4 from 13 on the doubles, just the 1 from 10 for Bloom, and that really does tell the story. But it's Willie Borland who is sat top of the table. Do join us for our final game of this session as Thibaut Tricol takes on Harry Ward.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Harry Ward is about to play his last game, and his task is to topple Thibaut Tricol, who's won all of his fixtures so far. Looking for the perfect 5 is the Frenchman, and if he gets it, then he will join Willie Borland at the top of the table. However, a win for Ward in this one will see him go level with Tricol on 14 points, and it's going to look like a very good race between 3 players coming into the final day of Group A tomorrow. But the final match of today is about to get underway, and talking you through it is Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And yeah, Thibaut Tricol has had that je ne sais quoi on Tuesday here at the Super Series.
First leg, it's Thibaut to throw first. Game on.
Harry Ward today, it's been a case of formidable. And he is in mid-table at the minute. Third place, 12 points.
47.
And if he loses this, his task tomorrow may not be keeping tabs at the top of the table. It may be making sure that he secures his passage in the Group B, which we'll be watching
45.
on Thursday and Friday night. There's a real possibility we're going to get one hell of a Group B this week. If you had Rob Grundy, Jared Cole in the mix, the likes of potentially, well, 2 of Tricol, Ward and Borland, it looks like.
Yeah, going to be very, very
100.
competitive. Group B is one of those groups, isn't it? 3 out of 5 go through, and I almost find it harder to pick the 2 that don't go through than the 3 that I think will.
100.
Which sounds a bit kind of unusual, but I just think that there's a case to be made for every single one that makes it into Group B.
58.
Now, this was the game where Harry Ward was 4 from 4 on the doubles in yesterday in a 4-1 victory against Tricol.
100.
And now it's kind of unravelled on the doubles for him, and it's kind of crept back into today as well.
140.
Be ironic if Harry Ward takes this out because Thibaut Chacol has missed double 19 twice for this finish today.
100.
Yeah, he
Harry
has.
required 158.
Yeah, not to be at this stage for Harry Ward, but 111 required for Chacol.
58. Thibaut, you require 111.
Aye, aye, aye. Could be a Nelson for the Frenchman.
97. Harry, you
Yeah,
require
Harry
100.
took this out in 2 darts earlier on today against Nico Bloom. Ops for tops, but goes high.
60. Thibaut, you require 14.
Level 7. Oh, he's clipped off the barrel, but too far. Of course.
No score.
And he's busted by hitting
Harry,
the
you
double
require
free.
40. Game shot on the first
opportunity
leg.
offered there by
Harry
Chacol and
Ward.
taken there by Harry Ward.
Second leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, don't forget, a win here would make it very, very interesting going into tomorrow because that would put Harry and Thibaut on 14 points
43.
apiece with Willie Borland just ahead on 16 points. Keeps them all kind of in the mix, whereas a win for Thibaut, you feel that it would be between Borland and Chacol to
80.
top the group.
Such has been the dominance in this Group A. Out of the 60 points that have been on offer in the first 2 days, 44 of them will
85.
be split between the top 3.
Yeah, they really have shown why they came into this Group A as favourites.
59.
Well, we thought there could potentially be a chasm, didn't we? And it's turned out to be the case quite convincingly.
96. $100.
It could be a complete opposite for Chacol, where we were talking about the slow start yesterday. What he'd be hoping is he hasn't ran out of steam at the end of day 2.
Yeah, we get the feeling he put absolutely everything into that match.
132.
He beat Willie Borland 4-1,
Harry require
just under
143.
100 average.
Not to be, and so Chacol,
45. Thibaut, you
to
require
avoid going 2-0 down,
130.
is looking at 130. Can he just nudge that above? Too far above. Ward is back
65.
for 2-0.
Harry, you require 98.
Very near to really balling this thus far.
Yeah, single 20 just to tee it up.
58. Thibaut, you require 65.
65 remaining for a level match. Yeah, pulls into the 7, so 58 required.
So double top.
45.
Dipped just below by Chacol,
Harry, you
and now
require
that's the
40.
target Ward wants for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
Smack,
Harry Ward.
bang, in the middle. And Ward is halfway there.
Third leg, it's Thibaut to throw first.
Interesting kind of reaction there from Harry Ward as well. A bit of a shake of the head as say, come on, what are you doing? Knows that he's got these
81.
other levels, but it doesn't matter. He's 2-0 up.
Halfway potentially
100.
towards victory against a man who hasn't been beaten today. Thibaut Chacol hasn't been beaten since his second game of yesterday's session.
139.
That's when he lost out 4-1 to Willie Borland. In fact, his only 2 defeats, Thibaut, has actually been to the top 2 players in the group in Ward and
85.
Borland on straight out the bat on Monday, which actually doesn't make those defeats sound as bad as what we were making it out to be at the time.
No,
100.
Do have a kind of way of over-dramatising things at times, haven't we?
Not us. Not us.
Well, I was being nice with us. I meant you. No, I'm joking.
What do you mean? I never, ever over-exaggerate anything. Excellent setup
137.
from Jacole. 2 triple visit leads him on 44 after 12 to get a leg back.
$105. Tebow, you require 44.
2-1. 2 16s to get him in the match. Double 8.
Game shot on the third
How
leg.
many times has he
Tebow
found that today when he's
Treacle.
needed it the most?
Yeah, but his finishing has been exceptional. It's gone awry
Fourth leg, it's
slightly,
Harry
but
to throw
that
first.
was
Game
a
on.
key shot there for Thibaut Tricol.
That may not even be the worst thing in the world, that drop dart by Harold. Because it strayed so far in the 5, it might actually give him an opportunity to recompose.
44. $97.
Yeah, good switch there from Tricol, but a pair of them just a little bit off the pace in terms of averages, especially to
93.
Thibaut Tricol, who's been up and around those high 90s on a few occasions throughout this afternoon.
Well, prior to this game, his lowest average throughout the duration of the day was an 88.34 against Thomas Banks. At the minute, he's averaging 82.5. And part of the reason for that average was the fact that he missed 10 darts at a double in that particular contest.
100.
And most of them were in one leg, it should be said. 6 of them were in one leg.
$140.
But he's turning the screw. Here's Jacole after Ward got out the tracks, flying into a 2-0 lead. He's weathered the storm, the Frenchman, and he's just beginning to
132.
put his foot on the gas somewhat.
Yeah, he's just, I think,
140.
throughout the whole of today, just looked very composed,
Harry
very
require
unruffled.
132.
Despite being 2-0 down here, just keeps going and keeps doing what he knows he can do.
Now this is to
96.
turn the game on its head.
Tebow
Tops,
require
and
40.
it's under severe pressure. Ward on double 18,
Game shot on the
but
fourth leg.
Jacole doesn't
Tebow
suffer for
Treacle.
pressure. It's level at 2-2. And this has kind of been the thing with Jacole today. It's almost as if he's felt that no matter what happens with anybody
Fifth leg,
else,
it's Tebow to throw
he
first.
feels the way he's
Game
playing.
on.
If he carries on at his level, he's going to get enough opportunities to win a game.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful feeling when you are playing well and you
97.
have that confidence. Just keep going. I know what I can do. Keep doing it again and again, and you will carve out those chances. The difference is as well with Thibaut today is he really has taken some real clutch finishes,
140.
and his timing's been immaculate.
$100.
And so this could potentially be a sliding doors leg in this match.
134.
Ward breaks here. He has the darts for the match and denies Jacole the card. If Thibaut
100.
can win this one, then all the pressure is applied upon this man here. Big H. Named Big H because he's tall. And the first letter of his first name is H.
Hence the implication that
134.
yourself, you'd be little h. Which is
Because I'm small and I begin with H.
78.
For
Tebow
3-2
requires
and
70.
to turn this game on its head from 2-0 down. Tots of Jacole.
50.
And usually he's been so good,
Harry
hasn't he, last
require
start in hand.
106.
Yeah, so break opportunity. We'll need a treble. Opted to stay there. It was a good lie.
41.
Has it just began to unravel for Harry Ward now?
Tebow required 20.
Double 10 for Jacole and 3-2.
Game
Nudges
shot on the
across,
fifth
he moves
leg.
in front.
Tebow
3-2 to Thibaut
Treacle.
Jacole.
Sixth leg, it's
Leg
Harry
away.
to throw first. Game on.
From a perfect day.
60.
Well, one more leg here from Jacol, and he does go through the
60.
card.
$59. 79.
Holland plus 16 on the legs difference. Jacol, even if he wins in this leg, will be plus 13. And so Borland would have that particular advantage overnight.
100.
Yeah, for the case of Harry, would leave him on 12 points in third place and
180.
would have struggled to get to top spot in Group 8.
That could be the visit that changes everything. That could be the visit that wins Jacol the match. That's a good response on Ward, but what about the setup here for Thibaut?
46. Harry, you require
Not as much as he'd like. So
148.
148 here for Harry Ward would level us back up at 3 apiece. Yeah, just not going to go.
Is there going to be a bit of French flair to finish off the day?
Thibaut, you require 136.
He's had the MODUS touch. But the French touch isn't going to finish off with a roof raiser.
100.
Going to leave double 18
Harry,
though. This has got to go.
106.
Stayed there like the lie of the first dart. And so Jacol comes back now for double 18 to complete the job by 4 legs to 2. This to complete the card.
Thibaut, you required 36.
Double 18 is what he wants.
Game,
and double
shot,
18
and
is
the
what
match.
he gets.
Thibaut
And Thibaut Jacol completes the card on day 2. The French touch just had the winning touch. And he had everybody's number on day 2. Big H, 4 points adrift going into the last day. His battle may well be to secure qualification through to Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. As far as the tail of the tape of this game is concerned, Jacol with an 89.16 average, 4 out of 10 when it came to the finishing. That's kind of been the story of his day. Something around the 90s average, decent enough finishing stats as far as he's concerned. A real improvement, but we kind of saw it towards the end of yesterday when his last 3 averages are around about that 90 range, and that was what he played to today. And so there's no reason why he is now the key contender in the group. We can hear from the French touch now on stage with Chris.
We can indeed, yeah. Thibaut, fantastic day, 5 out of 5. Just sum up how you're feeling after that.
Yeah, after the first day, yeah,
Can I just get you?
Sorry. After the first day, yes, of course, it's better. I didn't expect to win 5 of 5, but I have the feeling just after the at the late of the first day, I have the opportunity to play my game, so it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Starting yesterday by losing those first 2 matches, what did you say to yourself to go on this winning run since?
Yeah, I was not comfortable. Yes, I was not ready, but I said myself, just play like the weekend before when I played the Challenge Tour. I played so well. So just continue, go on, and forget the 2 first games.
Yeah, well, today is a day not to forget. It's one to remember. You've won all of your matches, and we are going to actually show you some of those winning moments as well from today. So if you take a look, in 1 second we'll do that. Yeah, if you take a look at the monitor in front of you, some fantastic finishing. Must be a good feeling.
Yeah. I know in myself I can't do it sometimes, that good finishes, but it's that level MODUS of in PDC or an high level in WDF, the difference could be on finishes. Of course, you have 3 darts on double, but not more. So I know that. So I work to stay focused on this part of this game. I know they can be changed, all of things.
And he certainly was focused in that part of his game, wasn't he? And every other part, seemingly.
Yeah. I mean, your finishing was exceptional. It was, yeah, I think we said sometimes you're slow to start at the beginning and lost those first 2 games, but then after that you've just really kicked on, and you just, you've looked like, that world-class player that we know you are.
I think so. To score, maybe I used to play quickly, but I learn now with experience now. Maybe some people say me, take your time when you play the big finish or on your double, and I tried to.
Right, let's have a look at the results from today. It will make very good reading for this man alongside me. Every single one of those fixtures has seen your name turn into yellow, which means you've won them all, so that's very good. But there are a lot of good players in this group, aren't there?
Yeah, it's so strange because when I enter in the darts room, but darts practice room, I saw, but everybody is young, it's a young group, but after we've analyzed every player, I said, okay, I will get his score card before. William also, Thomas, I discovered him at the UK Open against Gary Price on stage. So I said, okay, it will be not easy. I need to prove, but yeah, it's a good stuff by good group also, yeah.
well done today. Let's take a look at the table here in Group A. Thibaut, joint top of it going into tomorrow. Willie Borland, top of the table with him. Harry Ward in 3rd place. Laura, it looks like we're going to have a really good run in tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Willie Borland and obviously Thibaut, they've both put themselves into really strong contention. It's, yeah, I think for me it's between those two for that particular one. But also Harry Ward, I think he hasn't really found that stride yet that we would expect from Harry. I think he was stronger yesterday, struggled today, but still managed to get some wins, get some points on there. So yeah, it's between the top 3, but don't forget we've also got that fight for people that want to perhaps not, who aren't going to top the table, but they want to be in Group B.
Absolutely. We'll just talk about a couple of the other players as well that maybe aren't at that top level in the table. And Thibaut just mentioned Thomas Banks. Look, it was a really disappointing start for him today. Lost first 2 matches 4-0. But what a way to end the day, winning 4-1. Yeah,
I was really pleased for him because, he is only 17. We know that he's won big things. We know that he can, even Thibaut just mentioned there about, like you said, the UK Open. I'm glad he got the win under his belt. And actually, for me, he got better as the day went on. Did those first 2 4-0, then got a 4-1, then lost 4-2, and then managed to get the 4-1 win at the end. So hopefully what he can do tomorrow is take that victory and take the level that he was playing at, start off like that tomorrow and just, build on it.
Yeah, hopefully he enjoyed that victory. One player who's certainly enjoyed everything he's done on this stage is a certain Nico Bloom, and he tretters to a bullseye finish, which he was determined to get with 1 dart, wasn't he? Attempted it there. If at first you don't succeed, then try again, and he went on to do it in the very next leg of that match. Well, not next leg, the winning, the next leg he won.
Yeah, the winning moment, wasn't it? But even when he missed the ball with the first start, what impressed me was that he managed to just easily adjust 17, double 4, and it was like, okay, great. It wasn't an element of the game that we obviously saw yesterday, but as Henry alluded to in comms, apparently that is a normal part of his game. So his mates at home were like, why are you not doing it? And it really did work to his advantage there, and possibly maybe played with the mind of Felix, because we hadn't seen it before and we hadn't expected it.
Yeah, play your own game. That is the best way to play, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't do anything else. If you start trying to come up here and be a strategist or trying to play sensibly when it's not perhaps your MO, we've seen it doesn't really work. So if that's the way he plays, and obviously you can do it to just some good use, then why not?
Right, just very quickly before we end today's broadcast, we saw that table a moment ago, the top 3 players separated by a couple of points. Who's going to make it? Who's going to be the first one through to the finals night in Series 6?
Yeah, for me, it's between Borland and Tricol. I think the way that Thibaut played today, especially against Borland, you know, he really showed the levels that he can do, but I would never write off Willie Borland. We know the big performance he's got in him. You know, we've got a whole new day. It's a fresh tomorrow. It's going to be who can bring their A game, because if they all do, we're really in for a treat. I mean, we've been treated enough already today, but Thibaut, based on how he's done today, I would put him through, but Willie Borland, it wouldn't surprise me either.
We will find out tomorrow. Do join us again, same time, same place, 9:30 a.m. live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, and we will be back on air on Sporty Stuff TV as well. But as far as today went, well, the Frenchman won all 5.